Live on Facebook. And we will go live and can you verify on our app that we're streaming? That should be popping up here any second. Would the please stand by? Move what things around?
When you pull up on that normal data set, say you're going to show radar, and sometimes in the morning, I'll have like when it was cold, and say a freeze warning, and had like a marine and fog advisory, but they both pop up right under the banner.
Those auto queries?
You know how they like, when they auto queries, they like pop up the text like right under the banner, and sometimes they get all mixed up.
What do you?
Will show like the freeze warning with the arrow, but like
It depends on, it depends on a lot of stuff, but we can't get into that right now. Like, if you really want to talk about a specific advisory, I would recommend just zooming in on it. I mean, I'm red here. It's like, am I not? Am I not doing something over here right? Like, this is red. Like, when you want to start streaming, you press that, and if it's red, you should be streaming. Oh. I have to do something here. That should be good now. Come on.
you need to keep that as flag. There you go.
All right, sweet. We're on.
Now, your first alert forecast.
Well, folks, good Sunday morning. We are watching showers, thunderstorms as they are arriving in the Panhandle here this morning. We've already had a few spotty to scattered showers that have moved their way in. And as of late, actually over the Gulf, we've started to see some special marine warnings getting issued by the National Weather Service out of Tallahassee. Let's talk about it. We've got complete team coverage for you here this morning. I know it's early on, but hey, we get these thunderstorms out of the way early on this morning, hopefully with little to no severe weather. Damaging wind gusts will be our main concern here this morning with the squall line feature primarily as it moves its way on through. But embedded in that squall line, we can't necessarily rule out the potential that we could have a tornado. So those would be something that we're keeping an eye on here as we work our way into the morning hours. It's a severe risk for us that we're watching as we work our way into the morning hours on a level 2 out of 5 severe risk. So this is a slight risk from the Storm Prediction Center in Norman, Oklahoma. You can see that covers the whole panhandle here for us. As we work our way throughout the morning hours, we're going to be monitoring a line of showers and thunderstorms. Now, this will be the squall line feature that we continue to break down and watch as it works its way on through. I'm arrowing and showing you pointing out the line feature itself as that's working its way from west to east here across the panhandle. Also, what I also mentioned earlier is that we were watching some of these more scattered showers. These are what we call discrete cells, discrete being individual by themselves, working on their own fashion, individual thunderstorms, not a part of a whole complex like a squall line feature. But sometimes these, especially as we're getting into the sunrise here this morning, can grow on their own, mature, and form into maybe a severe thunderstorm itself. And sometimes those on their own can create their own rotation as well. And so that's something that we're watching right now into the Gulf, as well as the National Weather Service out of Tallahassee. And that's why they've gone ahead and issued a special marine warning on this batch of scattered showers that's actually near the coastline with isolated rumbles of thunder. And then they've also gone ahead and issued a special marine warning for the line of showers and thunderstorms itself. Now, onshore, we actually don't have any severe thunderstorms here on the line of showers that's moving its way on through with thunderstorms. So as we continue to monitor both of these features working their way on through, we'll be looking for rotation in the atmosphere, number one. Number two, we'll also be looking for even just straight line winds to work their way in along the squall line feature. We'll have a slightly better chance at possibly seeing maybe a little rotation in some of these discrete cells if they can start to develop a little bit more as the sun starts to warm the atmosphere. Back across the squall line feature, they're most notably known for wind fields themselves starting to wrap in on each other. And when we start to see that happening, this whole feature basically can create rotation within the line itself. And when that starts to happen, we can notice it in a couple ways. We see it with inflow notches. We can see it with velocity. We can see it several ways. So we'll be monitoring for all these things. We'll break down some of those scenarios for you this morning as this line of showers and thunderstorms works its way on through. And for the most part, we're going to cover this with myself. We've got meteorologist Trey Tonneson in the building as well, and meteorologist Jordan Smith. And the three of us are going to be breaking down this storm system as it works its way on through and keeping you updated throughout the morning hours. In fact, let's check in with Trey right now. I'm going to bring him in just for the time being there. Trey, let me get your microphone up and ready to roll. Hey, Trey.
All right, good morning, everybody. Good morning, Ryan. Good morning, viewers over there. And we're watching this system as it moves through the panhandle. And we touched on it briefly. What we're looking for today is more so that discrete activity. So it's not going to be a system where it moves through and you have one cell that typically dominates the whole day. What we're going to be watching for is these are kind of sneaky systems, Ryan. And what happens when you have what we call discrete activity is for you folks back at home, if you're looking at the screen right now, I've, of course, pulled up our reflectivity, and I'll zoom in just a tad bit and show you what we're looking at here. As we look for discrete activity, what you're mainly looking to see here is these cells, I've already mentioned, up to the south and east, potentially rolling in with, I'll put this in the playbook and use some of our tools here. And what you're looking for is the cells down to the south and east, and there's a severe risk. Graphic to SPC level 2 out of 5. As we move back over towards the south and east here, what we're going to be looking for is those cells down to the south and east to develop their own particular inflow, Ryan. And I kind of label it like an antisocial birthday party. Is how I usually label it in a situation like this. These cells right down here, circle these cells here, like the antisocial at birthday party, they want to be part of the action, but they want to be left alone, meaning the potential line here, draw that out, that part of the line is going to be moving off towards the north and east, and with the main part of the line kind of behind those, the cells out in the circle there are getting the bigger part of the inflow. They're getting the better fuel, they're getting the more nutrient-rich atmosphere, and those are the cells that can fire up quicker and provide a problem if they are left out on their own. But towards the south and west, on the left side of your screen, that main part of the line has its own problems. And its own problems meaning you can see different activity between the two.
Here it is.
A mixed bag of setups through this morning. But of course, the National Weather Service already pulled the trigger on 2 different marine warnings this morning across the board here in the Panhandle. But yeah, Ryan, working on getting these tools going, but like I mentioned, the setup itself pertains to the discrete activity mainly, but the areas that I have circled there are both areas that you could be concerned with. But like I was mentioning there, kind of screwed up my toolbar there, but like I mentioned, the areas to the south and east, those are the areas that are trying to draw in the most nutrient-rich air. If you get that south and easterly flow blowing up towards the line, those cells out in front of it could develop their own stronger batch of nutrient-rich air.
Yeah, that's a good point, Trey. I would tell you, watching some of these showers and thunderstorms themselves, they've been very brief in nature as they've worked their way on to the coastline too. And we're looking at a lot of the instability actually over the Gulf here this morning. That makes sense though. Right now, the Gulf waters themselves are moisture rich, and so that's going to be our fuel for some of these showers and thunderstorms. We've also got a little bit of shear in the atmosphere, and that's going to give us the potential of also seeing some, I would say, weak rotation. In the low levels of the atmosphere, we certainly have winds that are changing with height, and that will be something that allows the thunderstorm itself to go ahead and rotate. But for the most part, we lost your signal.
There it is.
There it is. Okay. For the most part, we're going to watch the potential actually for some of these weak, low-level spinners to actually develop. And that's also going to be the case with the individual cells themselves, as well as the line of showers and thunderstorms. Because on a squall line, right, we primarily are looking at gusty winds on the back side of the line of showers and thunderstorms. And you could explain that just a little bit.
Yeah, we're kind of looking at a multi-layered threat, Ryan. The gusty winds are one of the threats that kind of gets, I'd say, not forgotten, but kind of gets undervalued, if you will, in an event like this, because, of course, you mentioned tornado potential, whether it's small or medium or large. You mentioned tornado potential, and, of course, that gets a majority of the focus for good reason most of the time, but also a secondary threat in situations like this. Gusty winds start to develop, and those gusty winds can cause problems of their own. A good way to think of it is think of a weak tornado sometimes, whether you get winds blowing in a circular motion or you get winds blowing in a straight line winds versus tornadoes. Of course, they do different things, but say you have winds about equal. Say you have a strong line of gusty winds versus a weak tornado sometimes, 75, 80, 90 miles per hour. Well, winds blowing in a straight line, winds blowing in a circular pattern, you get winds blowing at that speed regardless of how they're moving. That can cause some problems. Of course, that'll change for us, a particular type of threat we're looking at. But, straight line winds often get kind of undervalued because of the larger threat for tornadoes sometimes in situations like this. It's almost like an event where you have a lot of rainfall, but you have severe weather and a secondary threat, heavy rainfall. Sometimes flash flooding and ground flooding can get put under the threat of other particular areas of concern.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about our setup here and why we're going to see the risk of severe weather here as we work our way into the morning hours. For the most part, you've got a low pressure system. That itself is going to create lift in the atmosphere. There are several features that we need to develop strong thunderstorms. And the acronym to remember that is actually called SLIM. You need shear, lift, moisture, and instability. I said that last couple out of order, but shear, lift, instability, and moisture. Let's talk about how we have all these features actually coming together here with this low pressure system and with most usually here across the northern Gulf Coast, just because we've got a moisture rich environment coming in from the south. Our ridge of high pressure that's sitting just out into the western Atlantic is providing us with that warm and humid flow from the south. So moisture, check. Okay, there's our M's checked. We've got warm, moist air coming in out of the Gulf. You can see it with the streamlines. The ridge of high pressure has clockwise winds around it, and so that's funneling in warm, moist flow from the south. Now we need to get some lift. We need to be able to move that moisture up in the atmosphere where it can cool, condense, form into showers and thunderstorms itself. And so the way to do that, not only is warm, moist air buoyant on its own, if you actually broke down the molecule, let's go back to Chem 101, okay? If you have an air molecule, it's got nitrogen, it's got oxygen, nitrogen being one of the very heavy elements itself. Oxygen, too. If you want to get into molecular weight, you've got 32 moles of oxygen. You've got 28 moles of nitrogen. But if we take a little bit of water molecule, a vapor, okay, of water, and put that into the equation, now the air mass itself would actually be replacing some of the nitrogen in the atmosphere in that current volume at a specific temperature with a little bit of water vapor. So we've all of a sudden taken out some of the heavier molecules in the atmosphere like nitrogen and replaced it with a little bit of moisture. It's not to say that that nitrogen just goes away. We're breathing it. But when you look at just a specific volume of air, if you're adding in molecules, something has to get displaced a little bit in that specific volume. And when you're displacing a little bit of the heavier molecules like nitrogen out of the equation and you're putting in water vapor, H2O, hydrogen's only got one molecular weight, but we've got two of it. And then we've got oxygen itself, which is 16, so that becomes 18. So if we're replacing N2 that has 28 specific weight with something that's 16, you can already see how the density of that air is less in general. That's why warm, moist air is buoyant. It wants to rise. It's got a smaller molecular weight than regular, cool, dry air that's heavier with nitrogen in it and less in water vapor. So now if we all of a sudden take an already buoyant air mass and then start to lift it with cooler, drier, more dense air, right? That air mass doesn't have the water molecules that we're seeing over Texas and Oklahoma. That's a cool, dry air mass that's getting wrapped in by the counterclockwise flow that actually creates the cold fronts, the leading edge of that cool, dry air. Where that leading edge then of a more dense air mass meets the more humid, buoyant air mass, we're lifting it up. We're creating more lift. And the faster we can push air up in the atmosphere to where it can cool, condense, form into clouds, showers, thunderstorms, form into raindrops, form into thunderstorms, the more we can create thunderstorms in a scenario like that, and the more we can push those thunderstorms higher in the atmosphere, the more then they can mature. We can start separating the downdraft and the updraft. We can start allowing that thunderstorm to breathe. It's not choking itself out. You're looking at then all of a sudden adding in rotation because we've got winds coming in from the west with this cold front, and we've got winds coming in from the south out ahead underneath the warm front from the ridge of high pressure. And so in turn, now we're already adding some rotation. So now we've got a thunderstorm that's able to grow because we're lifting this air mass up into the atmosphere where it can cool, condense, form into the thunderstorm. And then we're adding in rotation to it with the shear. Remember we talked about SLIM being an acronym. We need shear. Shear can come in a couple ways. It can be speed shear, where we have winds that are going faster in one layer of the atmosphere. It usually happens a little bit higher up than the surface. Surface provides friction, so we have winds that are slower at the surface. But as the winds fields get stronger aloft, that can tilt our thunderstorm and actually help to separate the updraft and the downdraft, allow the thunderstorm to breathe. The second part of shear is rotation. When we have winds that not only change with speed with height, but they change directionally with height. In the upper levels of the atmosphere, we probably have a big trough of low pressure aloft that's actually giving us a whole wind field that's moving in this general fashion. With low pressure systems, we see counterclockwise flow. So if we're changing winds aloft, if you look even in our warm sector around the panhandle, it's a south wind here at the surface, right? But aloft, it's actually probably coming in a little bit more southwest or westerly. And so as this thunderstorm grows, it's starting to rotate now. And when we can do all those things, check all our boxes. By the way, instability, that's any warm, moist air mass rising. So we've got shear, lift. We're creating lift with this warm, humid air mass, cool, dry air coming in. That's creating our instability, which, mind you, is actually a little bit low in our scenario here for today. We can talk about that with the energy in the atmosphere here in a little bit. And then we've got plenty of moisture. So we're checking all the boxes to actually create thunderstorms here in this scenario this morning. And Trey, I'm going to bring up our CAPE values here this morning. This is what we talk about when it comes to energy in a thunderstorm. And you might be able to give a little bit of an explanation about what energy in an atmosphere can help do for us.
Yeah, Ryan, with this particular setup, the line orientation is so important with a squall line type setup like this, because even areas out towards the west, like we saw yesterday, areas of, say, Louisiana all the way to Mississippi last night that were firing up some of these tornado warnings. Now, they were warning a lot of these brief spin-ups along the line. And it's important to note that something we can touch on in just a moment, joules per kilogram, which we could explain in just a moment what that is exactly. You'll understand when we get to that. But they were working with about 400 to 500 joules per kilogram along that line. And so the line orientation is very important when you talk about some of these particular spin-ups along the line, getting the best orientation of the line and the flow from the wind, meaning, in simple terms, that some of these storm cells would spin up, and then this whole line was shifted in a way that you move it just a tad bit, and those spin-ups, which had a brief, ripe access to moisture and energy in the atmosphere, well, it was cut off. And then you'd see another cell spin up, which is why we saw with the energy in the atmosphere, the instability portion of what we're looking at not as high. Some of these storms getting a little bit of a spin up, strengthening up pretty quickly, but before they could get going through the process of becoming anything meaningful, it would spin back down, and another part of the line would really take advantage of the moisture coming into the atmosphere. And what we're talking about here, notice the energy for storms is how we labeled it here. CAPE in the atmosphere is a measure in which we measure the availability of some of the energy, to put it plainly, Ryan, and for some of these storms to feed off of fuel in the atmosphere and form. And when you have the line move through, what you'll see is some of this fuel start getting eaten up by rainfall and the storms themselves. And so we run into a process sometimes when you have multiple parts of a line. The front half will come through, and if you have a lot of heavy rainfall, it'll chew up a lot of that moisture, or chew up a lot of the energy for the storms, that is, and then you'll see the rest of the line roll through, and you'll watch that energy for storms, or we'll watch our CAPE and our values of instability start to change. It's when you see areas during the spring, even, when we have big severe weather events and a multi-layered hour-long event, you can sometimes see areas out in front of the first line of thunderstorms. If they have sunshine and lack of cloud cover and haven't seen rain, that's why we say those areas are more ripe for seeing severe weather to get a little bit worse, because if you have rainfall that comes through before the actual severe, say, segment or line, that actually helps things sometimes, Ryan, and it eats up that potential.
Yeah, a way to think about energy in the atmosphere is basically all of those ingredients that we talked about, and the most important ones being moisture and temperature, usually, that gives us the energy for those thunderstorms. Just a way that we look at the atmosphere to see how it's primed. Right now, we're watching the sun rise, so we're adding a little bit of warmth to the equation. We've got plenty of moisture coming in off the Gulf. And that's giving us just a little bit of the energy that we need right now to get some of these thunderstorms to kind of thrive. If you look at the energy for thunderstorms graphic that I've got on your screen right here, you see on the coastline even, it's a little higher than further inland areas. Now, in general, we're not talking about moderate or even extreme levels here. We're talking about low-end energy for these showers and thunderstorms to kind of feed off of. But one of the bigger things that they're actually working with this morning is that kind of rotation and the fact that we're creating a lot of lift in the atmosphere. That's giving us really our key ingredients here for today. If I even bring up moisture values right now, I believe we're in the lower 60s with dew point temperatures. This time of year, that's actually pretty decent amount of moisture. But when we start to get deeper into spring and we actually watch the measure of moisture, you think about the dew point temperature as the measure of moisture at a certain temperature. and represented in temperatures. We're kind of sitting in the lower end scale of really when it comes to the amount of moisture in the atmosphere that we tend to see. We're sticky, but we're not super humid or sultry. If we actually had dew points well up into the 70s, around 75, like a summery kind of feel outside when it comes to that moisture. Remember how we talked about warm, moist air being more unstable because it wants to rise. The more moisture we can put into the atmosphere and put into that equation, then the scale for us, the energy for us then would be higher. But we're talking about kind of low moisture contents right now with our dew points down into the lower 60s. I also want to point out with this that notice the dew points themselves higher on the coastline than, say, up towards the tri-state right now, even though we're starting to moisten a little bit more so into Bluntstown. And that's just primarily the onshore winds that we're seeing moistening the coast first, and then that onshore wind is trying to transport some moisture a little bit further inland. And as that continues to happen ahead of these thunderstorms, it's priming them with the moisture needed, the fuel needed for those thunderstorms to kind of thrive on here this morning. The thunderstorm line itself continues to progress its way across the panhandle. So far, we haven't seen anything severe in nature yet. Again, our energy is a little bit low, but we've got the ingredients like we talked about there. It's present for us. This line of showers and thunderstorms last night was producing some tornadic activity, in fact, over towards Louisiana and Mississippi, and that was just several hours ago. But as the nighttime temperatures cool the atmosphere, we saw the line of showers and thunderstorms wind down a little bit. And so now we're waiting for temperatures to kind of warm up in the atmosphere as the sun's rising. And as that starts to happen, I think we actually start to see this line then thrive a little bit more. We start to get a little more energy in the atmosphere, the more warmth we can create, and of course with the more moisture that we can suck in off the Gulf ahead of these showers and thunderstorms. Now we're in a slight risk of severe weather, as I mentioned. That's a level 2 out of 5. You look at the whole scale, the whole severe threat level scale, and in general thunderstorms, we don't consider that a severe threat level. So that's at level 0. Level 1 would be a marginal risk of severe weather, where sometimes you see a marginal risk get extended across several states. That can be more of a mesosection, if you want. It can be covering a larger area, but inside that large area, say it covers 3 or 4 states. If we look at our risk level, I believe our marginal risk actually does cover 3 states. You see, it's covering Florida, it's covering southeast Alabama, and it's covering southern portions of Georgia. And then inside of that, we know that there's a little bit higher risk for those thunderstorms, because as this line continues to progress from the general thunderstorms we had last night, that's this first shade of color that we see. As the sun's starting to rise now, we're starting to add more warmth, more moisture's coming in off the Gulf, and so then ingredients start to come together a little bit more so in this slight risk zone that we have. And so we're able to talk about the thunderstorm growth in a way with severe risk in that scale. And basically that puts us in level 2 out of 5. So if we go from level 0, which is the general risk where no severe thunderstorms are expected, to a marginal, that's that kind of zone where maybe an isolated one is able to pop in this area. It doesn't tend to be very widespread whatsoever. The thunderstorms themselves can be, but the severe thunderstorms, the thunderstorms that can create 50-mile-an-hour winds or have rotation to maybe produce a brief and weak tornado, that's kind of where we look at when we're in a level 1 out of 5 risk, a marginal risk. Now we're in the slight risk, level 2 out of 5. And I know if you're just joining us, you're looking at the scale, well, you're here on the 3rd panel. That's because general is 0. There's no severe threat level with 0. So that's 0 out of 5. Marginal is 1 out of 5. Slight risk is 2 out of 5. When we talk about a slight risk category in general, you tend to see scattered severe thunderstorms. Now, there's going to be quite a few thunderstorms in this risk area, but not every single thunderstorm that's in a slight risk area is severe. Just like with a general risk, we have thunderstorms, but none of those are going to be severe. When you're in a marginal risk, you have thunderstorms, but only an isolated one or two covering 3 states in that whole batch could be severe. In a slight risk, we up that level just a little bit of the number of severe thunderstorms that we'll probably see. And that's evident because we've got a squall line feature even today, right? And that squall line is already extending from Alabama into Florida. And at some point in time, when that squall line actually moves a little further east, it'll be Georgia and Florida. And so we've got a whole line of showers and thunderstorms, and then along that line, we could actually have several scattered thunderstorms that could be severe along that line. The whole line itself might not be severe, but embedded along that line, we could see several individual cells themselves start to grow in fashion, mature, rotate possibly, or have very gusty winds along that line. And that's when we start talking about the elevated nature of several scattered severe thunderstorms. Now, the things that we look for in terms of severe thunderstorms is not only damaging winds, but sometimes hail can develop in thunderstorms, and especially in spring and in fall, that becomes more of a threat than, say, in summertime. In summertime, we really have to get a thunderstorm that would make a plane fly around it to get hail, because we need a cold core aloft, and we need enough cold air in the atmosphere to not only freeze the rain that we're producing way up there in the atmosphere, but then that hailstone itself has to make it all the way to the ground without melting. So if you get hail here, especially in more of a tropical climate like Florida in summer, you know that that hailstone itself was probably formed way up in the atmosphere, maybe where the planes actually fly 25, 30,000 feet up there. And you know that the updraft was strong enough in that thunderstorm to hold that hailstone high enough aloft in the atmosphere to where it grew big enough to then fall from gravity, overcome the updraft of the thunderstorm, and then survive falling through a warm tropical air mass below it long enough to where that hailstone didn't melt back into a raindrop. Okay, and so when we get into summertime, just to kind of put that in perspective, when you especially talk about thunderstorms that develop out across the plains, for instance, and you start seeing golf ball size hail and things like softball size hail sometimes happens out there in the plains in summer. That's saying something about just how strong those thunderstorms are. Now, for us today, we do have some cold air aloft. I think that hail can't be ruled out in these thunderstorms today, but largely we're not talking about large damaging hail. The updrafts that we're creating today are not going to be strong enough to produce a big hailstone to where it falls all the way down without melting. So when it says hail 1 inch to some 2 inch, I don't think we'll get there. Not just because we're in a slight risk doesn't mean that every single thunderstorm has these exact criteria. It's just the potential that these thunderstorms could have, and I don't think we realize that potential. But damaging winds and 1 or 2 tornadoes, those top 2 ones are largely going to be our threat level here in this slight risk today. Note, short-lived and not widespread. Isolated, intense thunderstorms are tending to what we see. And that goes well with what we're seeing here in a squall line. A squall line feature is going to bring us an isolated, intense batch of thunderstorms for, you can see just how small this line is itself right now, for just a couple areas here in the whole panhandle, right? We're looking at the line of showers and thunderstorms right now moving through Destin and Defuniak Springs, but it's just a couple scattered showers passing through Bay County at this point, and it's hardly even raining in Gulf, Liberty, Calhoun County, Jackson County, Franklin County. So that's the isolated nature. And then when the squall line moves through, it gets briefly intense because the squall line will maybe last you about a half hour, an hour as it moves its way through. And then we'll actually kind of watch things back down. Trey, let's talk a little bit about what you're seeing right now. And then I think we had actually somebody want to know a little bit about the timeline of thunderstorms here this morning, which would be good. So we talked about kind of the ingredients, why we're going to see these thunderstorms. Let's kind of break down one of those thunderstorms here this morning and talk about what we can possibly see inside the thunderstorms right now that could possibly give us something worth note, something that maybe stands out to us as meteorologists, and something that could maybe produce maybe a warning here sometime soon.
So you set up what I was going to talk about on a tee pretty perfectly, Ryan. I was going to touch on just how difficult some of these line segments are and some of these situations are here in the southeast. What I'm looking at right here is an area just to the west of Defuniak Springs. And this is an area to us as meteorologists, and even us as trained meteorologists, are barely seeing some of the mixing of the atmosphere here. You can just kind of make out the reds and greens and in the elevated levels of the atmosphere, mixing together just a tad bit. And what that means to us, if you're new to the area or if you're just tuning in for the first time, of course, we're looking at reds, we're looking at winds moving away from the radar, and greens, winds towards the radar. And in simple terms, reds away, greens towards. When they start to kind of mix up together and get a little muddled, that's when we kind of look for rotation in itself. Now, what we're looking at here is a little bit of a changeover in the atmosphere. And if you look at this in sense of velocity, storm relative velocity, which is how we look at the wind direction and winds to and away, and you hit the radar towards now. We stop the radar at the point of the storm. See, and right there, Ryan, that's just kind of illustrating the point that when we were just looking at it, you could see some of that red and green kind of mixing together, but look how quickly that dissipated. It kind of went away right there, and it went right back to straight up reds on the velocity side of things. But before I was even going to get to that, I was going to touch on this. This is why it's so challenging. This is more so what you're seeing if you're heading outside in any of these areas. This is not a cut and dry situation like you'd have out towards the west, which is why it's so difficult here in the south and east for especially even trained meteorologists, degreed meteorologists, and especially folks who go out and try to chase storms, because nowadays with folks wanting to get photos and videos, with social media being so active, it makes sense for folks to want to get photos and videos of a system when it's coming through. But the danger here, which has always been the problem in the south and east, even before we had this big influx of photos and videos, folks that were weather enthusiasts would come down here to the south and east, and you kind of get into trouble sometimes because it looks just like you're seeing on your screen here. This is not a cut and dry radar image, and as a meteorologist even down here, you have to dive deeper than the reflectivity, which is what we look at to see what the radar is seeing in terms of shooting the beam out. Okay, there's something there, and then we got to dive a little bit deeper. And for example, if you pull up your velocity, start to say, okay, maybe we have some stronger winds, and then that's when we dive a little bit further into storm relative velocity, which storm relative velocity, if I'm correct, Ryan, back in the day you just had velocity, which could just detect the strength of some winds there, but then we added in storm relative velocity, which kind of gives us an idea when there's rotation in the atmosphere, because initially with velocity, we still can't tell nowadays if the storms are moving in a certain direction in terms of those winds on velocity, but we can tell if they're moving to or away from the radar, and that's just how complex sometimes it could be with radar imagery and how difficult this is, because keep in mind that all the products you're seeing on a radar, the radar has to shoot the beam out, the beam comes back, the radar itself has to divulge what it's looking at, translates to us in pixels, and then we translate that to the people in terms of weather information. And so what we're getting at here is, with all the advancements in technology, we still just know when there's winds to and winds away from the radar, and then we have to use our training as meteorologists to say, okay, this looks like there's a little bit of to and from the radar mixing up here, and this, in our meteorological brain, in this spot of the storm, then we translate it into what you were referring to earlier, with some of the cells being in a spot to draw in that warm, limited, but still there instability.
Yeah, it's a good point. And it's a good breakdown of just a little part of that thunderstorm right there that we monitor. And National Weather Service out of Tallahassee is watching and issuing if they see that it starts to build into that criteria. And then we get on and we try to explain it to you guys. Those guys that sit in the office that issue the warnings, they might not be as good as describing exactly what's happening in a layman term that we can try to explain our science to folks who are watching. And that was a good breakdown of just the little things that we watch for as meteorologists and then try to describe to you the threat that it could actually bring or what we're watching in that thunderstorm to possibly elevate that thunderstorm into maybe some severe criteria. There's something that I want to talk about a little bit, and that's going to be a little of the timing that we're going to see with these showers and thunderstorms here this morning. This is one of our high-res futurecast models, and right now, that line of showers and thunderstorms over Destin and Definiak Springs in our western counties will advance a little bit further towards the east here over the next couple hours. In fact, as we get into about 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, you start to see a little bit of some changing in colors, even with the high-res futurecast. Remember when we were talking about our severe risk categories, how we were in a slight risk? I think this model actually is doing a really good job of kind of describing that scenario for us. If you remember, we talked about not every thunderstorm in the line is going to be severe, but several scattered and isolated parts of it could be. And that's kind of what the model's actually trying to depict here for us. If you look at the changing colors, some of those brighter pinks that you're seeing, say, just off the coast of Walton County in this model. Now, it's not to say that that's exactly what's going to happen. Keep in mind, this is a computer model trying to model a chaotic atmosphere. So it's doing its best with our equations and our science to say that, hey, we've got potential maybe around the coastline. That part of this line of showers and thunderstorms, as the sun warms the atmosphere here, we get into 8, 9 o'clock, we might be able to actually mature a cell on that line of showers and thunderstorms to possibly severe criteria. And I think the model's doing a pretty good job at actually picking up on that, kind of highlighting part of this line in a deeper color of pink, indicating a stronger thunderstorm could possibly start to develop there. And you can even see further inland up maybe around the Ebro, Red Bay area, there's another one of those bright little pink spots. And then up a little bit more so into southern Alabama, around Geneva perhaps, or Florala, maybe seeing another little part of this line segment that could. So watch the model, not only for where it is located. You see here at about 8:30, we might be seeing this line somewhere between about Highway 331 and Highway 231. As we advance a little bit further in time here, get a little closer to 9 o'clock, we start to notice that we're a little more east of Highway 331 now. More of Highway 231 is getting involved. We're starting to see some of the showers and thunderstorms encompassing a bit more of Bay County, Panama City, Lynn Haven, up around the airport. You can see that bright little pink bullseye there as the models continue to say that we'll have portions of this line of showers and thunderstorms that could be isolated and intense, and more so than the other thunderstorms in that line. That'll be something we watch for. You can also see that this shower and thunderstorm line is now pushing a little bit further towards Mariana and across Jackson County. We're getting involved across Calhoun County. We're starting to get a little more involved near the Forgotten Coast for Gulf County. One thing that I also see on this line of showers and thunderstorms is a little bit of curvature to the line itself. I'm going to point that out to you because that'll be also something that we're watching in a squall line feature, is this kind of shape. It's what we refer to as a bowing segment, or in common terms, a reverse C, right? If a C is shaped this way, we're watching actually a line that's kind of forming into a reverse C, a backwards C. And that can indicate one thing to us. And using this model to describe this, what can happen is actually the wind field in the atmosphere and these thunderstorms themselves, right? They're sucking in warm, moist air to push it up aloft. If we have rising motion happening in the atmosphere, that air's got to come from somewhere. And the more intense we can create that rising motion in the atmosphere, the more we're sucking in air from underneath. You can't just create a vacuum at the surface, right? If we lift an air mass up, we got to replace that air from somewhere. And so it comes in a couple different directions, actually. We've got our southerly flow ahead of this line of showers and thunderstorms, feeding warm, moist air in. And then you also have winds that are coming in on the backside that are coming in that can actually push the line of showers and thunderstorms off towards the east. So we're sucking in warm, moist air that's creating more rising motion in the atmosphere. We're lifting this moisture up into the atmosphere, creating this line of showers and thunderstorms. Now we have to replace that air mass that we're rising up with something, and it's called the inflow on the backside of this system that can start to push the line even further out, creating a bow. It actually changes the shape of the line of showers and thunderstorms itself, starts to bow the line out. And because of that, because we're creating so much rising motion in the atmosphere, these winds that are coming in on the west, on the backside, can actually be very, very strong in nature. Think about it. If they're actually changing the shape of the thunderstorm complex itself, you know that you got a lot of strong winds that are blowing into this thunderstorm. And so that's also something else that we'll continue to monitor here, is not only the risk of rotating storms, but seeing bowing segments, seeing this reverse C, because that's going to tell us that we have some very strong winds that are moving their way into these areas here. So this is going to be something that we monitor along this line of showers and thunderstorms as well. So you see by about 9 o'clock, we start seeing isolated intense batches of thunderstorms, and then we see the whole line itself actually starting to create more of a severe structure to it, where gusty winds could become some of a problem. Let's advance a little further in the model. Let's get into about 10 o'clock. We see that probably by 9, 10 o'clock, I'd say Walton and Okaloosa counties are largely in the clear. If this model and its timing continues to progress, it's going to be pretty close, I would say, in my opinion, for how fast the line itself is moving to the timing of this actual model. And we'll bring in another model here and check timing as well. But by about 10 o'clock, most of the showers and thunderstorms are now lining up along Highway 231. If you're not familiar with this area, I'll draw out Highway 231 here for you. It's a line that I like to think goes from about Panama City to Mariana. It's not exact along that, but it's pretty close. And this is a line of showers and thunderstorms that is going to be close to that area at about 9, 10 o'clock, and then further towards the east. So folks in Walton and Okaloosa counties, maybe even Holmes County, some of Washington County, and maybe even portions of Western Bay County could start to get out of the severe threat. The severe threat's going to be along the leading edge of this squall line itself as it moves its way through. Let's advance a little bit further in time, and then we've got some breaking news to tell you about here this morning as well. By about 11 o'clock, we're watching the showers and thunderstorms starting to enter the eastern side of the Panhandle, the Apalachicola River, and further east. By 11 to noon, we're looking at most of the threat around the Apalachicola River and further east. You notice Highway 231 is starting to come out of the threat. And then largely as we work our way into the lunchtime hour, most of the severe thunderstorm threat is gone out of northwest Florida, and it becomes a little bit more of a threat for the eastern Panhandle and the Big Bend. Okay, 2 breaking news that we've got here for you this morning. I'm going to update this graphic for you. This is just recently issued here. A tornado watch has been put into place until 3 o'clock Eastern time. That would be 2 o'clock Central time. It expands from Walton County further east through Tallahassee and the eastern Panhandle. So Walton County, Bay County, Washington County, Holmes County, Jackson County, Calhoun County, Gulf County, Franklin County, and Liberty County in our viewing area is now under a tornado watch that would last until 2. Now, I don't think that this whole line of showers, we just broke down the timing. I don't think that the whole line of showers and thunderstorms itself for us is going to last until 2 o'clock. We're going to see the line of showers and thunderstorms largely end for us by about 11 o'clock to noon across the whole panhandle, and it could even happen earlier than that for our western counties. When that happens, you see how long this tornado watch goes out towards Sunday, 3 o'clock Eastern. That expands all the way into the eastern portions of the panhandle. Okay? So they're blanketing the whole panhandle with this one watch so that they don't have to issue a bunch of individual watches. Now, what will happen is as the line of showers and thunderstorms moves further east, counties that are in the watch that are to the west, like Walton County, once the squall line passes you by, your severe threat for the day is basically going to be done. They'll trim you off this tornado watch. And then as it starts to cross over Highway 79 and 77, those are very north to south running roads for people who are not familiar with the area. They run from Bay County right up through Washington and Holmes counties up to I-10, basically from Panama City up to, say, almost Bonifay and Chipley areas, okay, up toward I-10. So if you think about Panama City and going straight north, once the line of showers and thunderstorms crosses over that line, then guess what? You're going to see Bay County, Washington, Holmes counties start to fall out of the tornado watch. It'll get canceled, okay? One thing it's important to note here, Trey, is the difference between a watch and a warning. Now, we're under a tornado watch, but that kind of goes along the lines of what we've been talking about here today, as we've got the ingredients there, but we don't necessarily have something that's happening right now.
Yeah, and something that you see with the different levels of severe outlook is the watch versus warning talk and explanation. And honestly, with the lower levels of the severe outlook, you usually talk about watch versus warning a little bit more and a little bit more frequently, because with the higher end severe events, there's a lot more ingredients present for the atmosphere and a lot more of the immediate warned storms coming to fruition. So let's go ahead and talk a little bit about that. When you're looking for a watch to be issued, that's issued when the Storm Prediction Center and then the National Weather Service have coordinated together, and they're looking at the atmosphere and saying, hey, and we're still seeing the ingredients that we thought we'd see a couple days out or maybe a little bit further out, and now day of, it's coming to fruition. There are ingredients in the atmosphere that could provoke the creation of severe thunderstorms or severe weather. And
yeah, a watch is we've got those ingredients, and a warning is it's imminent or it's happening. Yeah,
they're baking.
Yeah.
And we use the baking analogy a lot because you could have, if you're baking a cake, you could have the abundant amount of sugar, eggs, flour, etc. But if you're missing something else, say whatever else you were going to put in that particular cake that would make it rise and form into a cake, you could have all the different ingredients set up there, or you could even have that particular ingredient but not have the right amount of it, and you jack up the whole mixture and it doesn't come together like you were expecting. The same is true with the atmosphere. And what I was getting at was situations like this, when you have a marginal level 1 or slight risk level 2 out of 5 for severe weather, it doesn't mean that the threat is completely washed and you're just looking at a low-end terrible threat for nothing, pretty much, big overdoing it. What was happening here is the atmosphere has the ingredients kind of primed up. It's just we're waiting to see when this line of thunderstorms moves back towards severe potential. Because like Ryan mentioned a few minutes ago, the line kind of overnight, there was a lull in tornado warnings and lull in severe potential, and that's what we were expecting. Of course, when the sun goes down, sometimes you lose that instability rather quickly, and you'll see a line go from what is intense down to overnight it becomes kind of dormant and keeps moving towards the east-northeast like this line has. But now that the sun's going to start coming up, we're waiting to see just how quickly this line can re-intensify into that severe potential. But what Ryan was really getting at there was the potential for the atmosphere to take advantage of what's there. So the tornado watch has been issued for that blanket area, not because everybody in that particular yellow shade will see a severe thunderstorm, and definitely won't see a tornado, but the potential is there for any of the areas in the yellow shade
Exactly.
to take advantage of the atmosphere. And so because of that potential, even if it's one little storm that creates a circulation tornado warnings issued, even if we're on air for 5 to 10 minutes or we're on the stream all morning and don't quite hop on the television because there's not actually a tornado warning issued, that's why the three of us are in here this morning, because that small potential for the atmosphere to take advantage of that is the puzzle we're constantly trying to solve and what we're trying to stay one step ahead of.
Yeah, so we've got the tornado watch in place. That's kind of the first step is, hey, we've got the ingredients, and you know what? A warning would be the next level. It's the next step up. A warning means that something is imminent or happening right now, whereas a watch is pretty much, yeah, everything is there, okay, and now we're just waiting for something to uniquely pop. You're looking at velocity right now. I've got your graphics up, and I think you were monitoring a little bit of the gustiness of this line of showers and thunderstorms.
Yeah, and something else I was looking at over the past couple minutes, let's see if I can go back to the last 15 minutes, and I'll show you exactly what I was looking at here, is a little bit of a puzzle piece in the atmosphere like we've been looking at all morning. It's kind of something that I was monitoring. Watch this here. This is kind of something that we'd see with a system like this. Notice how the reds and greens, it wouldn't pop out to many people at all, but us as meteorologists, we kind of dive into the deep level details. It's not quite rotating there, Ryan, but just something like this. You'll notice, as I zoom out here, notice the line.
So you're right around the Choctawhatchee Bay right there,
Yeah.
and that's just west of 331, just east
Yep.
probably of Choctaw Beach.
And watch it go towards the east here. And it kind of held that red and green kind of correlation there for just a minute, and then almost gusted out a little bit. But as it started to do that, something else I was thinking about and I wanted to touch on, if we go back to reflectivity here even, you'll notice as we zoom out just a tad bit and look off towards the east, notice as I click the radar and watch it kind of move here, notice over here in Red Bay how close the line is to Red Bay and where our radar site is, Ryan. And when I'm touching at, you're probably picking up now what I'm touching on. The closer these storms get to a radar site, the closer that the beam will be reading these storms to the ground, meaning that when the radar shoots out a beam to read what's in the atmosphere, the farther away from that site it gets, the further up in the atmosphere it goes up into the atmosphere itself. Because when the beam shoots out, of course, the Earth is curved, the beam goes up further, the farther away it gets from the radar site. And so the closer the storm is to the radar site itself, the better idea we get of what you're seeing closer to the ground. For example, if there happened to be rotation in the storm that we were monitoring, say, over in Freeport. Freeport's still pretty close to that radar, but if we weren't quite sure whether that rotation was closer to the ground or if it had put something on the ground, if it was closer to Red Bay, closer it got to the radar site, the better idea we'd have of that kind of gap we're filling in between the ground level and what's going on in the atmosphere, if you pick up on what I'm following here.
Yeah, absolutely do. That's an important note there. The closer that we can get to reading what's happening closer to the ground, the better idea if it comes to rotation that, hey, there's a lot more maybe rotation happening near the surface. You showed a little couplet there, and I think you're even looking at another one here, maybe right around Steel Church. We're up 331. It's an interesting little spot right there that we'll continue to monitor. Looks pretty broad though. When we're changing this over from reflectivity, shows us the intensity of rain in that thunderstorm. When we flip it over to this view, this is called velocity, where we're actually sampling the way that this thunderstorm is moving. The radar beam itself can tell if showers or thunderstorms are moving closer to it quickly or slowly. It's actually telling exactly how fast that radar beam comes back and hits the radar tower when it reflects off the storm itself. And in that fashion, we know then how fast it's moving. We can also then garner the winds and the wind speeds. And so when we bring in velocity, what you're seeing right now on your screen, these reds and greens are indicative of those winds in the atmosphere, and the colors themselves are telling you the direction that the wind is moving. Trey, when you see green, that's indicating what?
Green is a wind towards the radar. Reds would be winds away from the radar. And something that we mentioned earlier, Ryan, is that with all the advancements in technology, the radar still, the atmosphere is so complex that the radar, the best it can tell us in terms of wind direction, don't mind that stationary boundary there. I just scribbled on the screen a little bit and doodling. But what we're getting at here is the radar still has to take some time to digest what's going on out there, and the advancements, as far as we've gotten in technology, AI, all this different type of stuff and advancements, the radar still can tell us where winds are most likely moving towards and away from the radar site. And notice it doesn't give us an actual directional pattern there. We still have to use our meteorological training and look at the storm, look at the atmosphere, and then we have to figure out which direction that storm's moving based on other factors. So that just kind of tells you how complex some of these storm setups are, and why it's important to double check where you're getting your weather information and whether you're watching your current, your we call it nowcasting of storm systems in an interesting spot, somebody that's going to shoot you straight, because it's just so complex, and you really don't have that full skill set of the atmosphere until you get in there and experience what's going on. And that's something that we try to build as meteorologists every day, because it really is like a puzzle, Ryan, and a puzzle on an everyday basis itself, trying to figure out what, say, temperatures are going to do, and a puzzle like this on a different level when you got severe storms potentially.
Yeah, I love that puzzle analogy, because that's to me one of the great analogies when I try to describe, say if I'm going to do a school talk, one of the best things that I love talking about at the end, usually after we maybe talk about how a thunderstorm develops or something like that, I'll always get the question, how do you guys forecast? How do you know what's going to happen? And it's just like a puzzle, right? If we're putting together a puzzle, we know what's going to happen if we get it all right. That puzzle is going to form a picture. But it takes us getting all of those pieces to fit together right. And the pieces themselves in a puzzle analogy is all the weather variables in the atmosphere: temperature, pressure, wind fields, not only at the surface, but then all the way aloft. All of those puzzle pieces, there's way more variables than just those that I mentioned, but all of those are puzzle pieces. It's like a 1,000-piece puzzle that we put together every day. And the computer model can do it a lot quicker for us than say by hand, back in the olden days when we only had just a few weather instruments to sample the atmosphere with, and taking those limited variables then to put the puzzle piece together. Now we can sample the atmosphere in many different levels. We can take many different variables, more than just the basic few of temperature, moisture, winds, pressure, something like that. And we can use a computer to take all of those puzzle pieces, all of those weather variables, and put them together and make a picture for us. And that's kind of when you're watching a forecast model, that's basically what that model is doing. And it's doing it in time too, which is also another dimension to the whole putting a puzzle together. It'd be like your 1,000-piece puzzle, you put it together once, and that's it, that time. But then all of a sudden, all those puzzle pieces change because the time changed. And now you got a brand new puzzle, because part of that variable, that temperature might have changed because the sun went up and warmed the atmosphere. So now all of a sudden we've got a new temperature profile. And so then that picture changes in the next second, in the next minute, in the next hour. And so you've got all of those puzzle pieces being put together all at once. All right, let's dive in. That's a little bit of forecasting, a way that you can picture how forecasts are put together there. That was a fun little conversation. I like that. I like having that conversation when I go do school talks too. I can see the kids' eyes just kind of light up. Like, I like doing puzzles, but that sounds like an incredibly difficult puzzle. Let's talk about this line, because it looks pretty intense here, from Grayton Beach right up Highway 331 right now, heading up towards Defuniak Springs. We're looking at reflectivity on the radar, and where you see the deeper reds is where the heaviest of the rain is coming down. Reflectivity depicts intensity of rainfall for us, and it also gives us the shape of where those heaviest showers and thunderstorms are. And that intense line of showers and thunderstorms may be just crossing over Highway 331 and heading towards the east. Guess what? That means that once that squall line's kind of passed you by, everybody who's west of it is looking a little bit better for the rest of their day now. This leading edge of this squall line is going to be our most intense batch. Remember, we talked about that earlier if you were with us. The most intense line of showers and thunderstorms is going to be brief here for us along this squall line, but once it moves its way on through, that's pretty much it for you. But right now, from Grayton Beach up to Freeport, it's really heavy rains, probably some pretty gusty winds along this line as it moves its way on through as well. We're seeing some isolated intense batches along this line, like around the coastline, where we are looking at potential for several lightning strikes, probably getting pretty loud there as well. We can sample this line of showers and thunderstorms, and you're getting about 14 strikes there. Maximum amperage of 66, and then strike duration there for about 5 minutes. You're getting 15 or so strikes every 15 minutes or so. So, you know, that can be pretty loud. If you imagine that, that's almost a strike, or about three or four strikes every minute right there in that batch. When we come up the line, once you start to get up toward I-10, remember, we're moving away from the moisture-rich environment of the Gulf. Remember when we talked about our acronym SLIM when it comes to some of the intense parts of the thunderstorm? We need the moisture. And so as we're moving a little bit away from the moisture-rich environment near the coastline, you can see how that line kind of breaks down a little bit. It's not that we don't have intense thunderstorms up here, but they're a little bit more kind of broken along this line, a little bit more isolated in nature themselves. Maybe South Alabama has a little intense system that's about to move into Geneva. But as you get a little bit closer to the coastline, you can really see how the line of showers and thunderstorms feeding off that warm, moist air that's coming in. And we've got that thin ribbon of red that's showing up now from just about Ponce de Leon on I-10 and 81 on down 90, then to 331, just east of 331, across Highway 20, and down towards the coastline. This is where the most intense thunderstorms are right now. But Garner, to say that it's maybe gusty and loud and coming down pretty good there in Grayton Beach and western portions of 30A, yet we're not reaching severe thresholds just yet. And that's something as well that we can speak about, Trey, is there's criteria for something to actually be severe. Such as winds, such as rotation in the atmosphere. There are things that we look for that a thunderstorm has to reach a certain level of maturity before it can produce maybe something that is severe, something that can be damaging to persons, people, or property.
That's correct. And I believe what you're alluding to is the certain thresholds that different portions of the severe thunderstorms have to reach to become severe. And it's important to note that heavy rainfall is not one of those thresholds that itself gets a storm severe warned. So heavy rainfall itself is its own different type of category because you see rainfall in multiple different facets. And we'll get to that in a moment. So we're talking severe weather potential. And Ryan, I think what you're alluding to is you have a different setup for winds that reach severe criteria. You have a different setup for hail producers, a different setup for tornadic development when they look for tornado development. And tornado development is something that, of course, that's the big one. That's the beast in terms of different watch and warning processes. And, of course, if a system's got a tornado warning on it, then it's reaching that severe potential. But what we're alluding to, Ryan, is the minimum threshold for wind gusts to be issued by the National Weather Service to reach severe potential differs from, say, the rating system. Well, honestly, it differs from place to place in terms of watches and warnings themselves. And this is where we get kind of complex in terms of each individual system. I was explaining this just a few days ago when we had a dense fog advisory issued. When you have down to the micro scale areas, say in our viewing area alone, when you have the Weather Service Mobile and the Weather Service Tallahassee both issuing watches and warnings for our location, sometimes they differ in terms of those particular watches and warnings and what they believe necessitates a watch. And so What I'm getting at here is the difference from place to place and weather service office to weather service office. And this is something that I've been meaning to break down for people anyways on a video, so it's a perfect time to do so when we're watching this particular system. The weather service offices in each place is it's a good thing to have for us in each individual location across the country because it's a more of a micro scale. And the folks in each weather service office, we had a graphic that found and kind of put together when we were still looking at winter weather potential, and we had that long stretch of winter weather across areas to our north. Something that was worth noting and interesting to note, a way to explain it is, for example, when we get an inch or more in potential for snow down here, that necessitates, bam, winter weather advisories and more specifically winter storm warning potentially issued. But you move up the geographical areas up towards the northern parts of the United States, that threshold goes up per area, per weather service office. So what I'm getting at here is something that may necessitate a watch here may differ from something across the country because we see different types of weather more frequently than others. And it all goes back to the social science aspect, Ryan, and what we've been studying as meteorologists over the past few years, and we've learned is that different parts of the country react differently to certain watches and warnings, which is why we're coming to you like this, because there's a lot of you in portions of the Panhandle that have storm anxiety because you've seen different types of weather and storms that reach that damaging criteria. And the other side of the coin is that there is a threshold of people that see watches and warnings quite a bit, and they react the opposite way. They say, well, we see these, I'm not scared of these, I'm not reacting, I'm not taking shelter when there's a tornado warning. So where you strike that balance is kind of why we still have us here as local meteorologists, and also the Weather Service has weather forecast offices for a more local area, so we can finally that's the word tune is the word I'm thinking of, tune these particular watches, warnings, advisories to the area and really serve the people in a way that relates to them specifically. Because in this day and age, you very well could have a central office in one spot that issues watches and warnings day of during the system, but it wouldn't serve the people as well as what we're doing now when we're watching these areas to a micro scale, if that makes sense. Going down on a tangent there.
Yeah.
What you were originally intending, but
sometimes that happens, and I think that the folks at home appreciate that, the depth of knowledge that you can bring to a scenario, and what we're seeing can add further depth and understanding to maybe somebody at home who's watching. Let's talk a little more about the timing of this line of showers and thunderstorms. It's actually advancing pretty quickly now. We're getting it. Let me go back to radar real fast and see exactly where we are with the line itself. It's just starting to get east of the Choctawhatchee Bay. We're starting to get closer to Highway 79. Highway 79 runs from western portions of Bay County up towards I-10. 77 will be more central. Comes further up towards the north. You've also got Highway 331 that we're just crossing over that runs from the eastern side of the Choctawhatchee Bay up towards about Defuniak Springs. So we're getting close to 331 there. That's the western one. Here, let me label this for you. Highway 331 and further west, you're pretty much just about in the clear from the severe threat here for today. So let's see here. Highway 331 is this first line, and we'll say 79 is this middle line, and 77 is this central line. This is just for folks who may not be familiar with our area. Of course, if you are familiar with our area, you probably have commuted these roadways before. So I'm just labeling it there for the sake for folks who may not be familiar. But nonetheless, we're crossing over Highway 331. We're starting to get about halfway across Highway 79, and we're just starting to move towards Highway 77. I'm going to bring in the computer model now. First, let me just stop this out of the loop. That was a loop over the last hour, and sometimes that can confuse folks. This is where the line of showers and thunderstorms is currently here right now. And again, as I mentioned, it's just crossed over Highway 331. So if you're 331 and further towards the west, guess what? your severe threat is over for the day, which is wonderful news for you. You can get about your Sunday without any worries of a severe thunderstorm. Now, we will have the potential actually of seeing some scattered showers or maybe an isolated thunderstorm later this afternoon, but it should be below severe criteria for us, and it'd be very isolated in nature. We'll talk about that in a little bit. But once this kind of leading line of showers and thunderstorms passes you by, this squall line passes you by, that is it for you largely when it comes to severe weather chance here for today. So this line is starting to move its way about halfway across Highway 79. We're just getting closer to Highway 77 up there across portions of Holmes County and Washington County. Let's bring in one of our in-house high-res computer models, and maybe a little delayed right now from what we're seeing. And so what I'm going to do is actually help the model out just a little bit, and I'm going to advance it along a little bit more so to about where we are. And we're going to go from here now with what we're seeing with this line of showers and thunderstorms and potential timing of it. So you'll see as we start to get through the 8 to 9 o'clock hour, we're moving across those highways, 79 and 77. We're starting to actually get a little closer to Highway 231 as we get closer to about the 9 o'clock hour. That'd be about an hour from now. And if you remember from earlier before, talked about Highway 231. It doesn't necessarily exactly follow a straight line from Panama City to Mariana, but it gets pretty close. And at 9 o'clock, we're actually looking at most of this line, according to this computer model, getting a little bit further along Highway 231 and then further off towards the east. Let's go another hour out towards the east to see this line of showers and thunderstorms with our in-house computer model starting to encompass more of the Apalachicola River area. And at that point in time, maybe by 10, maybe 11 o'clock, probably at latest, we're watching this line of showers and thunderstorms work its way further off towards the east. And this line of showers and thunderstorms then, as we said, to head towards the lunchtime hour, according to this computer model, would actually be a little bit more in the eastern Big Bend by maybe 11 o'clock or noon. Let's look back at our other high-res model. This one struggling with probably the timing, I'd say. We could maybe boost that just a little bit more. Let's line it up a little bit more so to where we are currently, and let's see how that kind of plays out for this line of showers and thunderstorms in comparison to the other model. By about 9 o'clock, starting to move towards Highway 231, similar to what we were seeing before. By 10 o'clock, starting to cross over Highway 231 and head further towards the east, very similar to our in-house computer model. And then as we work our way towards the 11 o'clock hour, still maybe some isolated intense thunderstorms possible around the Forgotten Coast on the tail end of this line of showers and thunderstorms. But a lot of Highway 231 and further west is out of the clear for showers and thunderstorms. And then you see by lunchtime, that batch of showers and thunderstorms moves off the coast of the Forgotten Coast. And it looks like, so for the most part, a lot of us will be just looking at this as a morning threat level. Trey, are you breaking down any parts of this line of showers and thunderstorms that you see? Anything that's standing out to you here right now?
Yeah, I was just looking at the shear in the atmosphere, and so if we take out the reflectivity from the radar here, then what you'll notice is I add in shear. See, the blue shade on the screen is the shear level. That's not just, we have a product here. If I take off shear and put on shear track, these are areas that have tracked shear over the past few minutes, meaning shear has continued from place to place. We take off that and put the active shear. You still see a couple areas of shear, so the turning of the winds with height is present in the atmosphere. It goes back to what we touched on a little bit ago, pieces needed for severe development, your shear lift, instability, and moisture. So we're seeing that shear is pretty apparent in some areas, and as that shear's there, that's one of the elements of the atmosphere that is pretty present in terms of having healthy shear. So what we're watching as you add in that tornado watch there, and take that off, I want to add back in the radar. And as we look at the storm system here, notice it's kind of thin in terms of that red shade on your screen, but that also gives the opportunity for an area like this to take advantage of some of that shear. And should it take advantage of some of the shear, we could start seeing some of the winds and some of that atmosphere start to mix up a little bit And should take a little bit of that instability, into account and start factoring that in. That's when we can start getting something like that. A little piece of the atmosphere you had to dig for to really translate towards eventually potentially something a little bit more serious. But as of now, not the current case. As we look at, I'll add back in your velocity here, your storm relative velocity. Notice the shears there. And, of course, that's closely related to what we're about to look at here. Notice the velocity, Ryan, is kind of lined up pretty evenly here, which is telling us that it's not really an overall threat for a spin up at the moment. And as we look at this line, notice how linear it is, how straight up and down your difference between the reds and greens are. This also has to do with where the radar site is located. It's important to note that while we're looking at that particular segment, notice just towards the north and west here, you have the radar site over in Red Bay. And as this storm system crosses past that line, imagine a vertical line from the radar site all the way down to the coast. Imagine it passes over just to the east of Rosemary Beach there. You'll start to notice those reds that would have been on the left side of the screen transition over to a different color, and that's because it's all about orientation when it comes to these specific storm systems and this setup. And once it passes the radar site, it's technically moving in a different direction than the radar was picking up before. And those reds and greens to and from are what we were watching there. But yes, to answer your question, I was looking at the shear in the atmosphere. Noticing the shear is there, and it's somewhat plentiful for folks. And so as we're watching that shear, we want to add up all the pieces, and sometimes we do that. We add up the pieces of the atmosphere that match up with what we were originally seeing. And an example of that would be if we saw the radar image, we're looking at reflectivity, and we saw, say, backwards C set up on the radar, the reflectivity, say something like this. If you saw that, and we were looking to see if there was any rotation there, we could do something like switch over to storm relative velocity, and we could see if there was any rotation in the atmosphere. And the reason we would do that is because we want to match up the different pieces here. Of course, you're looking at different things. Notice that on the reflectivity, you could have an inlet there, and the reason we'd add in that velocity would be to double check our atmosphere to see if there was any embedded rotation. As of now, we're not seeing anything that's an overly big concern, but we are looking at the potential for the instability of the atmosphere to come back a little bit through the later morning hours as the sun gets further up. I'm going to continue to watch that, but let's go ahead and take a look at, let's add this up here. Let's take a different look at the radar view, and this is going to tell us, a few things. Now, add in the line of showers and thunderstorms and put it in motion. Notice it's moving pretty decently off towards the east, northeast. And let's slow it down a little bit and take a look at what's going on here from a perspective of the last 30 minutes. Slow it down here into radar speed, very slow. The reason we want to do that is because we're looking at the small details of the atmosphere here in terms of looking for something like that rotation. And as we're looking for that, we're going to be watching as the smallest pieces that start to indicate it because we want to find it quickly. And these spin-ups sometimes happen quickly, and that's why we're continuing to monitor the storm system itself. But as of now, the current setup looks just like this in terms of velocity. Areas of stronger gusty winds moving near areas like Rosemary Beach toward Laguna Beach over the next couple minutes. And if you take a look at reflectivity, not only do you have those gusty winds, of course, you have the heavier rain and the thunderstorms. Another good thing to note with this particular line of thunderstorms at the moment, we don't see an overly abundant amount of lightning that you'd start to see when these storms were getting ready to strengthen. And should we start to see lots of lightning in a particular area, then that kind of gives us the indication sometimes that these storm systems could be strengthening. And as we're not seeing that at the current moment, that gives us the opportunity to do something like this. Let's break down the radar and turn off the radar and add in your watches and warnings. Notice right now the main concern we're looking at here is the tornado watch. And tornado watch, of course, issued through this afternoon, as we mentioned. Now, like we also stated, we don't expect the tornado watch to be in place for everybody in the Panhandle until the evening hours of today, or the afternoon, even the early afternoon, because as this line moves towards the east, we're going to continue to see areas dropped off. But notice that marine warning that's in place until the second half of this hour. That's 8:45 Central Time. And the reason we're looking at that is a potential for rotation to develop further offshore. Let's go ahead and take a look at something real quick. Let's go look at this. Let's go back to radar. I want to show something. Let's take off the watches and warnings, and we're going to look just up near the coast. Let's go ahead and do that. Take off the watches and warnings. Let's go ahead and add in some velocity. Look at this area right here, just off the coast, just to the south of Rosemary Beach. Kind of starting to get a little bit gusty there. And as we put it into motion, watch what it does over the past 15 to 30 minutes in terms of its movement. Just kind of getting a little brighter there, indicating to us that there could be some embedded rotation there. The best instability, and it seems the National Weather Service is monitoring that same particular area, as it's the area with the best instability in the atmosphere at the current moment, just to the south of Walton County and offshore. What that will do for us is give us an idea of exactly where the best area of instability is in the atmosphere, because instability is a question mark at the current moment. As you take a look at the puzzle pieces of the atmosphere, we've been looking at the shear lift, instability, and moisture. And today we have more so of the more likely the shear, the lift, instability, and the moisture. The instability is the lowest on the totem pole in terms of what we're looking at here for spin in the atmosphere. And Ryan's just stepping back in here. Ryan, we're looking at that area south of Walton County, as that looks like to be the best area of instability in the atmosphere. A little bit of spin there. It's kind of embedded, but we're looking at it because that's the best we've got in terms of instability right now. And what I was just setting up, you can take it from here, is that we have all the elements in some form or fashion today of the severe setup. We have the shear lift, instability, and moisture. And in situations like this, what we're really doing is kind of figuring out what the low end on the totem pole is going to be, or the weak link, if you will, out of the four. And the weak link today, as of right now, is some of that instability. And what we're looking for is the area of instability in which starts to develop rather quickly, because that's the low end, that's the weak link in the severe setup. And should an area of instability start to build, that'll give us pretty much all the components there in a healthy amount that could cause not just a weak, brief, spin-up tornado, but also the other elements of severe weather.
Yeah, that's right. You know, we're going to see a little bit of these ingredients start to build a little bit more so as we work our way into the morning hours. We're just starting to move into the ripe zone. We're kind of on the western edge of the ripe zone. And hold on one second. I'll get to that here in just a section.
Yeah. Tell me if you agree here, Ryan, but it looks like, I mean, at least we're getting some pulsing up of the winds just to the east of Rosemary Beach there, if you're looking at the screen. Notice, I'll put it into motion even over the past 15 minutes and kind of hyper-local here. Watch the values kind of show up there. If you're seeing that, the brighter blues there on your screen, what we're looking at, this is velocity. We're not looking at storm relative velocity at the moment. Add in some storm relative velocity, and we kind of notice that little notch, the little kink in the line, and that little kink in the line kind of tells us that we've got that straight and narrow edge that we were looking at even just about 5 minutes ago. Remember how we drew the line between the left side of your screen and the right was pretty much up and down, meaning the vertical difference between winds towards and away was almost vertical and pretty straightforward. Now in this area, you're starting to get more so of a mixing and a curvature there. Like Ryan mentioned the word curvature a little bit ago. The curvature itself kind of tells us that you're getting those winds to and away, kind of mixing things up a little bit, and it's not as cut and dry. When we start to get those little inlets in the line of thunderstorms, that's when we can start to see some of the rotation. And you look more so at the inlets, look more so at those portions that are mixing up a little bit together, and those are the areas that can spell trouble. And quickly want to discuss why this area would be somewhat of an interest to us. Of course, we don't look at one component of the line and then immediately assume, oh, that's a problem area, because what Ryan had stepped out a moment ago, what we were touching on is the pieces you have to match up together to kind of verify things as a meteorologist and looking at these storm systems as they're happening. For example, you have an area on reflectivity that may look like a couplet or may look like a little backward C, an area that folks may say, hey, I recognize that from my mini storms here on the coast. That looks like it could be dangerous because I've seen an area like that, a couplet. But if you add in your velocity and just realize that that's just a way that the radars are reading things without the winds, then it wouldn't be as concerning. But say we added this area here. Notice a little bit of a backward C area just south of Rosemary Beach, just for example, and you added in your velocity, which of course would be the winds. We're looking at the wind direction to and from the radar. You add it in, and say that couplet was just matched over the areas just to the east of Rosemary Beach. So we add this in right here. Then, for example, we would have the radar look in terms of reflectivity, what the radar is picking up on, and we'd have the winds. So that'd be two levels of the atmosphere we'd put together. And even something else we could add in if we were really trying to make sure that, okay, this looks like an area of concern. We really want to dive into this and see what's going on there. We could even go as far as to, Ryan, add up those two components of the radar product, then add in something like shear. You notice the shear is showing up there.
Yeah.
On the product.
Yeah, that's a good example right there of just a little bit of loose rotation in the atmosphere that can give us maybe some ability to actually see maybe that tighten up down the road when we have these ingredients a little bit more so put together here in the atmosphere. Yeah, we've got a line of showers and thunderstorms that's continuing to progress its way further towards the east. We are in a tornado watch right now, but a watch just means that the ingredients are there like we've talked about, but it's the first level that those ingredients are there, but we just don't have anything that's necessarily a tornado or anything that's imminent to be a tornado just yet here. We've seen little inklings of some weak and loose rotation along this line here this morning, but that's primarily what a watch is. A watch is the first level before a warning, okay? A watch is not as imminent, okay? A warning is it's happening right now. It's imminent to happen right in the next few minutes, okay? So a warning is the next step above a watch. I know sometimes folks can get a little bit confused about the difference between a watch and a warning. And basically, we're under a tornado watch, but even though it says it's until 3 o'clock Eastern or 2 o'clock Central time, that doesn't mean that these thunderstorms will be in our neck of the woods that long. Once this line of showers and thunderstorms passes you by, that's our greatest threat for actually seeing a tornado here today. They'll actually start to trim off the backside of this tornado watch. It's just that folks over here in the eastern panhandle will still have to wait on this line of showers and thunderstorms. And so this tornado watch, again, which means that a tornado is possible, not that one is imminent or happening, but that the watch will be a little bit more so lasting until early afternoon in the eastern side of the panhandle. When they issue a watch, it's usually for a broad spectrum of time over a broad area where we could possibly see maybe a tornado warning, which would mean that something would be happening or imminent. And so that's why instead of issuing a tornado watch for Walton County and then issuing a tornado watch individually for Bay County at a certain time, and then individually for each county down the road, we do one big watch. And then as the severe threat starts to come down from west to east, you trim off one county there, you trim off 2 or 3 counties there as the line passes you by, and henceforth further on down the line. So the tornado watch is in place here for us, but right now we're not seeing anything that's imminently severe. It's just a line of intense rain, gusty winds, and hopefully it stays that way as we head into the next couple hours. It's 8:20 this morning, and that's Central Time. We are watching this line of showers and thunderstorms cross over Highway 79. It's starting to cross over a good chunk of Highway 77. We're right across Bay County, Washington, and Holmes counties here this morning. We are not only just streaming on our app this morning, but we're also streaming on Facebook. And we also want to open up the discussion to you folks on Facebook as well. If there's something that you would like to know about this line of showers and thunderstorms that we haven't covered here this morning, or you want a little bit more clarity on, we can certainly go over your questions. And, if it's, I know a lot of folks are going to say, when is the thunderstorm going to happen in my neighborhood in Weewahitchka? You got to understand, we'll field some of those, okay? But in general, it would be really hard if we went through every single person's house on the street, okay? You got to use a little bit of, okay, I live around Weewahitchka, and he talked about it being around the Apalachicola River, which is just to your east, at around 10, 11 o'clock. We start to infer a little bit, okay? But let's open it up a little bit to Facebook and see if we have any questions. Meteorologist Jordan Smith is also with us here this morning. He's been watching our Facebook live stream. Jordan?
No questions right now. It's just timing, but this one says that they live in Vernon, 3 miles past the dog track. There's a very strong wind, a lot of rain, and it sounds like maybe some small hail blowing against the windows. That is at 8:18.
Okay, so that's just coming in here. And yeah, you look at it, you're just getting into the squall line itself. You also got to keep in mind that radar scans and the data that comes from the radar and gets disseminated out to weather offices and to us, it can be delayed by a few minutes, several minutes. And so I'd imagine that we're probably actually seeing this squall line right on top of parts of Vernon right now. And yeah, you're embedded right in the middle of that most intense part of the squall line feature itself there in Vernon. Let's take a little peek inside this thunderstorm itself and see if we can find maybe the potential for a little bit of hail to show up here right now, because she did mention that things were hitting the window pretty hard. And close inspection, I'm not seeing too much maybe embedded in that thunderstorm. Let's maybe bring in some hail tracks and see if we can maybe spot parts of this line of showers and thunderstorms. You talked about how hail was going to be a little bit of a limiting factor with this line. It's not going to be one of our most important threats, and if we did happen to get some hail, it was not going to be at a significant size to warrant any severe thunderstorms this morning. And so far, I'd venture to say that you're probably either getting some really big drops there falling out of the sky, rattling the windows there maybe just a little bit, or if it is, it could be maybe just a little pea-sized hail that's maybe starting to melt pretty quickly there as it's falling down from the atmosphere. So maybe not so much of the hail, but I bet you are dealing with some very heavy rains and some certain amounts of lightning that are occurring within that thunderstorm, and some very gusty winds there. Thank you for the report coming out of Vernon here this morning, and thanks for watching as well. We'll continue to watch this line of showers and thunderstorms progress east there in Washington County, but it's not going to be long for you there in Vernon. Give it another 10, 15 minutes or so, and things are going to quiet down pretty quickly there for you once this thin line of showers and thunderstorms continues to progress its way further off towards the east. You could almost say the same for areas getting close to Crystal Lake now, near 77. Ebro just got out of some of the rough parts of this line of showers and thunderstorms. Same with Pine Log, Battleground Forks, over towards Red Bay. New Hope, you're starting to get out of this as well. Crystal Lake, you're up next. It's going to get pretty isolated intense there for heavy rains and probably some frequent lightning and maybe some gusty winds that could pelt those windows a little bit with those raindrops, and maybe flex the windows just a little bit too here as we work our way into the next 20 to 30 minutes. This line of showers and thunderstorms extends further down 79 right now with some very heavy rains and getting some frequent lightning strikes occurring around 98 and 79 near the Laguna Beach area, looking just east of Fluffy Landing, south of Seminole Hills and Laird, the West Bay area. We're talking about Margaritaville. We're talking about We're really close, actually, to the Burger King I like stopping at down 98. Real close to that. You're around the Carillon area. You're talking about getting close to the police station, the beach police station. It's right around that location as well there, 79 and 98. If you're familiar with the area, it's a very highly trafficked area. Usually a lot of folks maybe know some of those locations that I'm talking about. You're getting the isolated, intense batch of showers and thunderstorms to really kind of start knocking on the door there for you. I've got some heavy rains also occurring in Panama City Beach, further east, just around the open sands area as you look your way closer even to the station here, maybe right over Legends Golf Course, right around Alf Coleman, Clara, probably just a little east of the Harley shop, down on close to Bahama Beach on the coastline, Lindell Senior Center right underneath that red batch. That's some isolated intense rains. That's going to start to slide a little more so towards the Breakfast Point area here as we get into the next, say, 5-10 minutes. So anticipation there for the Breakfast Point neighborhood to start to pick up on some very heavy rains. Again, not severe, but very heavy rains. Might get some cracks of thunder. Time to head indoors and just kind of let this whole line move its way on through. Of course, it's already raining there in Breakfast Point. You probably already have wrapped up maybe some of those outdoor plans. But, you got a good 5-6 miles of this line of showers and thunderstorms to kind of get through from Breakfast Point. Maybe more than that, 13, 15 miles, and it's moving at about 30 to 40 miles per hour. So roughly, say 15, 20 minutes to 25 minutes worth of some pretty intense rains happening right now over Panama City Beach, and probably some gusty winds with some of those most isolated intense batches there of rain. Let's slide a little bit further up east. Again, Crystal Lake, you're just starting to get into it. Vernon, it should be coming to an end for you pretty close to the next 5-10 minutes. Bonifay, you guys just had some of the heaviest stuff come through. It's going to be clear skies, or not clear as we could get some sun this afternoon, but it's going to be a quieter. The rain's going to start to back off here in just a little bit. Graceville, it's going to start to move into your region here in a little bit. Chipley, you're up next down 90 there, and I-10. Just starting to get some batches of moderate showers moving into Jackson County around the Campbellton area and Cottondale. You guys are picking up on some of the first parts of rain with the squall line, but the isolated intense batch of it is actually still further back towards your west. And we're not there yet in Marietta. We're not there yet in Youngstown. Lynn Haven, you can probably see it across the bay. It's building out there towards the west. And that'll be moving in here for you for the next half hour to maybe an hour. And then once this line of showers and thunderstorms passes you by, you're going to be in the clear there heading into the afternoon hours. So you could almost say that a lot of Bay County is probably going to be in the clear come about 10, 11 o'clock here this morning. Might be a little bit more around 11 o'clock to noon for my friends around Weewahitchka, up 71, up, say, Highway 12 and 20. Could be a little bit closer to that 11 o'clock hour there. Bluntstown, Sneeds, Grand Ridge, Chattahoochee, and that eastern portions of Jackson County as well until you guys get into the clear. And that also includes my friends down towards the Forgotten Coast, which you guys will be the last ones, just due to the angled nature of this line of showers and thunderstorms, to deal with these showers and thunderstorms. It's still about an hour and a half or 2 hours away even from Port St. Joe and Cape San Blas. And you can almost say it's a solid 2 hours away to maybe even closer to 3 hours away for our friends in Apalachicola and St. George Island. And then you're going to get your half hour to an hour's worth of some rain before then the rest of your day starts to back on off. So that's kind of the timing and the look ahead here for our areas. Don't want to forget about our western counties because you guys have already dealt with the brunt of this line of showers and thunderstorms here this morning. And I'd say anybody, around Highway 331 and further towards the west, Walton and Okaloosa counties, you guys are kind of done with this threat for severe weather here for today and looking a little bit more into the clear now for the next several hours. Do want to mention that there is a possibility that we could actually see a return of some showers, thunderstorms here as we get into the end of the afternoon or into the evening hours. Let's talk about it in your hourly rain chance. You'll see another little peak And our rain chances start to show up by about 5 o'clock. And that's simply because the whole low pressure system itself hasn't moved through. The cold front's kind of outracing the low itself right now, and you can almost see a secondary little batch of rain that's wrapped around the low pressure system, that L, that red L that you see, that's the low, the centralized area of low pressure with this whole system. That could still actually sweep in maybe a little bit of rain. It's going to be a little more likely for southern Alabama, southern Georgia to get that second round, but I can't rule out that maybe I-10, Highway 20, some areas on the coastline, perhaps west of Highway 331, Walton, Okaloosa counties, you guys could get maybe that second round of an evening shower to move its way on through. I don't think that it'll be severe, but there is potential that actually we could rewarm the atmosphere, reset it, if we can get some sunshine here this afternoon. If you look actually where that cold front's kind of positioned right now, there's a little bit of clearing that's happening in the clouds and the skies there in the boot of Louisiana, southern Mississippi, and just starting to get into southern Alabama on the coast there. The more sunshine we can add back into the equation and then get the low to move in with the lift that it's providing, that could still actually fire up that secondary round. It's a very, very low risk, though, that we actually see a second round of severe weather here later today, though. It would just be potential to actually help grow maybe a thunderstorm in otherwise what's going to be another batch of some general showers there across I-10 and southern portions of Alabama and into Georgia. For the most part, we're getting almost halfway through northwest Florida now with this line of showers and thunderstorms, this squall line feature, and we haven't had any severe thunderstorm warnings. I need to find some wood to knock on. We haven't had any tornado warnings. And remember, warnings means that things are happening or imminent to happen. A watch means that it's possible. Right now we are under a tornado watch, which means that we have the ingredients in the atmosphere to create a tornado. We just haven't seen one exactly take shape yet. Again, finding something to knock on wood here. And Trey, talking about Cape with you earlier and energy for thunderstorms, this was always going to be a high shear, low energy event. Yeah. And that's kind of meteorology terms, but we describe thunderstorm abilities, and we describe different events in the atmosphere in those kind of terms as us meteorologists. And we talked about all the different ingredients if you were with us early this morning on shear, lift, instability, moisture, needing those things to happen. And when you have, say, a high amount of one and a low amount of another, you fall kind of in the gray area, right?
Yep.
There's a lot of winds with these thunderstorms
Right.
that can help grow those thunderstorms, but we're lacking a little bit of the gusto, the energy to get the showers and thunderstorms really going. If we had dew points up near 70 degrees, our atmospheric moisture content going up would give us much more potential to get the things that we need to get more energy, to give us more warmth, to give us more rising motion, to give us that instability that we're kind of lacking, or the other answer, the energy for the showers and thunderstorms.
Yeah, we have a front. We have some of the lift to get these showers and thunderstorms here and get them up there. We don't have that widespread instability today that you throw some of these thunderstorms up there, build them up in the vertical. If we had, say, widespread instability, not as much lift, we'd have the plate full of the unstable atmosphere. But if you didn't have the lift, we'd be watching to see which of the storms would start to build upwards and get up in the atmosphere and take advantage of it. But today, we have the opportunity for some of these showers and thunderstorms to get that lift going, but we don't have a lot of energy for them to take over and a lot of these storms to develop on a severe scale on a widespread sense. And so what we're getting at with the line here is that this is the type of setup where a lot of these particular cells or points in the line will kind of compete with themselves for the instability there. And with a linear segment like this, something that we were looking at earlier was this showers and thunderstorms out ahead of the line, the main line. There was just a few of them. They were very small, but should you get any of those storms out ahead of the line by just a little bit, and even you can get sometimes portions of the line in the line itself to kind of jut out ahead of the rest of the line, starts to take advantage of some of that cleaner air in terms of storm fuel. It takes advantage of that inflow of warmer, more humid, more ripe air, and just that little bit of a boost ahead of the rest of its fellow line, if you will give it the opportunity to develop something a little bit more strong in terms of severe thunderstorm potential. And you need that with a rotation sometimes too as well. Something that you'll see with these quick systems and the setup we've got today is portions of the line that start to spin up, and they look like, oh dear, that looks like something that's spinning up quickly, but then you'll see a portion of the line down below it, kind of metaphorically, of course, say, I don't think so, and it'll go out ahead of it, and then it'll cut off the inflow.
Yep.
That spin up will kind of die off, and then the next one will look a little bit more strong, and the process kind of repeats. And so kind of you have them bouncing back and forth through an event, and we can get an event like this to go through and get through the area sometimes without seeing those spin-ups come to fruition because it spends too much time fighting itself.
Yeah, and you can really even see that right now in the energy for thunderstorms itself. I mean, we're getting this squall line feature to try to move into an environment maybe that will get a little bit more ripe as the morning unfolds. If I put our energy for storms over the next 3 hours, you can see that energy sliding a little bit further towards the east as we head towards the 9, 10, 11 o'clock hour, and that might be able to ignite this line of showers and thunderstorms, say around the Apalachicola River or into the eastern portions of the Panhandle. But it's still low. We're low in the energy needed for showers and thunderstorms. We're ripe with the winds in the atmosphere to help create this line of showers and thunderstorms. We don't really have the punch of energy to get them to really to fire off. And that's largely because of the lack of warmth, I'd say, in the atmosphere and really a deep moisture-rich environment, not only here at the surface. It's a little muggy out there in that south wind, but we don't have it really aloft as well. And so it's those key features that really, the warmth and moisture aloft right now, that's kind of limiting these showers and thunderstorms. They're moving into an environment that's lacking that right now. Now, you saw how the energy for thunderstorms kind of goes up a little bit as it starts to move into some of these eastern counties. And that's largely because we have onshore wind trying to bring in that warm, moist air mass into the eastern parts of the Panhandle right now. If we look at our kind of setup with this whole cold frontal system, the ridge of high pressure that's out in the western portions of the Atlantic is actually what's helping to provide us with the southwest winds. My apologies, I got off of the wrong graphic there.
Here you go, Ryan.
Yeah.
Marine warning is issued for Mexico Beach to Apalachicola.
Okay.
See, interesting.
All right, I'm popping you in there.
All right, let me see. Let me pull it up for you right here. I'll go right this one. That new marine warning will pop up shortly.
Click. Yeah, there you go.
There we go. Of course, we have our tornado watch and our wind advisory. If we move down a little bit further towards the south. So it's a continuance here of that marine warning that was issued. Of course, this orange shade on your screen, down at the bottom of your screen, was that marine warning that was issued further out in the Gulf earlier in the morning. It was issued, I believe, until 8:45. And now what I believe that is there is most likely a continuance, more so, of that offshore marine warning there. And I believe that should take it up towards the coast, south of areas like Port St. Joe, Apalachicola, which will see the threat for severe thunderstorms a little bit later into the morning than the rest of us will. But I do have that marine warning right here. I'll tell you exactly why. They're watching those offshore cells that are in a more rich environment that have been showing more rotation offshore.
Yeah, we got more moisture over the Gulf, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And more chance for spin-ups, water spouts, etc. And, of course, with those cells being offshore further, they're going to impact our land a little bit later on into the morning. Areas like Port St. Joe and Apalachicola will most likely be impacted by the bottom half of that line on the screen right there, which means that those cells will be what impacts those folks a little bit later on. But as you move it down a little bit further south in terms of this reflectivity, notice this line. If I put it in motion, watch over the past hour, you'll kind of see that strengthening start to take place out there as
Yeah.
the line itself still continues east.
Yeah, you can see that in the loop here over the last, say, even 30 minutes to an hour. You look at the whole line. Just kind of take note of the red in the line of showers and thunderstorms here over the Gulf primarily. We're warming the atmosphere, right, because the sun came up a couple hours ago. We're in a very primed area over the Gulf there with all the moisture that we can suck up off the Gulf waters. As this line continues to progress further towards the east, we've still got the shear component there. So you've got all the right ingredients there to allow that line to kind of feed, fester, and grow. And I think that's what you can actually physically see right now as you're watching that line start to look a little bit more robust out across the Gulf waters. We still have even a pretty good segment of this line of showers and thunderstorms moving across Washington County. Remember, we had a viewer on Facebook message us saying that they were starting to get some real good winds and some heavy rains. That's now starting to cross over 77. Graceville, Chipley, it's only just going to be about another 10 minutes before it's done, though, for you. And areas along 77, Wausau, on down towards the Crystal Lake area. It's not as intense around Crystal Lake right now. Some of those deeper reds are a little bit to your east, but you still have some steady, moderate, showery activity going on there. And then northern Bay County up around the airport there across 388, heading towards 77 in the Vicksburg area. Some of these cells are picking up just a little bit more so in this line. And as we start to get closer to that moisture-rich environment, you can even really see that some of those heavier rains are still occurring around Laguna Beach, down 79, and down 98. And that's going to start to slide a little bit more so into the eastern portions of Panama City Beach and Grand Lagoon here in just a little bit. But, yeah, you can really just see how much more intense this line is over the Gulf right now. You've got a little bit better conditions. You don't have the friction of land. We consider water usually to be a little bit frictionless. It's not completely frictionless, but you don't have the trees. You don't have elevated buildings. You don't have the nature of those to break up the wind field in the lower levels of the atmosphere. And so it can thrive a little bit more so with the wind structure in the atmosphere over the Gulf. And we've got the moisture supply there as well to help provide some of the stronger thunderstorms there along the coast right now and out across the Gulf waters. Are you seeing anything rotating out there right now, Trey?
So I'm looking at the storm relative velocity, or this is the velocity. Sorry, I got them backwards there for a second. I was looking at the storm relative velocity just a moment ago and watched the kind of line here over the past couple minutes, and as I move the radar sweep to the last 15 minutes, kind of watch this line here as I change it back to velocity and just look to see where those strong winds are themselves. As we put the velocity back on the screen, watch over the past couple minutes, Ryan was explaining, notice the radar imagery start to become a little bit more bright out over the Gulf and just offshore as well. It indicates to us that those winds are kind of surging and pulsing up a little bit. And that is the first step in terms of what we're looking for here in terms of getting a storm to rotate or come together in terms of those winds picking up. Now, of course, you could have winds that pulse up and gust out, but it's not really the case at the moment of what we're looking. And also, you kind of notice here, as I'll pull out a line, what you're looking at here, notice even the smallest areas as we draw this line here. Notice this line of showers and thunderstorms. Notice this little inflow here. You kind of have the line not really in a straight line here. So these little areas just like this in this particular spot where you could watch maybe a little bit of a spin up there, but not really spinning up to the level that we're overly concerned at the moment. But as we take a look at this particular line here, we are noticing those winds pick up a little bit, especially off the Gulf. And as for the entire line at the moment, what we're looking at in terms of that wind picking up and pulsing up, Ryan, apparently we just received the intel here that they did have a 48-mile-per-hour gust about 10 minutes ago at ECP. So we are seeing some of those pick up.
You know, we talked about that batch of thunderstorms there and how it was looking pretty intense as it was starting to move across 79. And, I'm not surprised to hear that. That's just below threshold for a severe thunderstorm warning.
Yep. Are you seeing anything in terms of that velocity or the storm relative velocity down here just off the coast, kind of where that marine warning was just issued? Really was just seeing over the past couple minutes. I put it on about a 15-minute loop in terms of the radar, and if you go back a couple minutes, right when we started to talk about the Gulf having some of that fuel in these storms offshore, you can kind of see the colors get a little bit brighter on the velocity,
Yeah.
just telling us that these winds are ramping up a little bit. And I was explaining to the folks how you could get winds pulsing up both ways as well. Winds pulsing up in terms of rotation, but you could also, that's why I kind of went to the velocity side of things, whereas the storm relative velocity went straight to velocity. But you'll start to see these brighter colors offshore here, and you can get the brighter colors pulsing up there in terms of winds that are gusting, that aren't necessarily rotating. So it goes back to that point we made when we first hopped on this morning. You could have gusty winds as well, which are a concern alongside the tornado potential. And regardless, you get gusty winds blowing at 60, 70 miles per hour in a straight line. You get a weak tornado, EF0. Either way, you get any of those, especially people who like to, dive into the dynamics of tornadoes because they're very interesting, very complex. But EF0, EF1, it may be the weaker end of the tornado scale, but you get an EF0, EF1 coming down your street, that's a pretty bad day.
Yeah, you're definitely, we've seen damage from EF0s and EF1s on our coastline before, remembering even the Funhouse right in Panama City Beach there. That was EF1, I believe, maybe close to an EF2. But the thing also about, waterspouts in general, when those are moving off the coast and onshore, and usually our tornadoes that we end up seeing here across the Panhandle is they're not very wide in nature. They're actually fairly small when it comes to width. And it can be a very isolated area that gets hit. And, granted, we'd never want anybody to ever get hit with a tornado. But that's one of our benefits when it comes to these kind of events is that our tornado size, we can get strong winds. 100-mile-an-hour tornadoes going to do some damage for wherever it runs into.
Yep.
But that's one of the benefits that we have, really, is that they're small in size, and that's always a very isolated event. Now, we can get ripe ingredients sometimes when we start to get into late spring and we start to get the ingredients put together a little bit more, so we have more moisture to work with, more warmth to work with. We can start to see, longer lasting small tornadoes that can affect a lot of locations. But in a scenario like this, it's very much a fine-tuned tooth comb too. It's going to be, something the size of a building that could get hit and damaged.
Yeah, but if it's your building and your business,
right.
you're doing a screen printing shop and it comes down and blows your roof off,
exactly.
That's a big problem.
It is. It's absolutely right.
And something else, Ryan, that I was noticing here, this is shear. This is actually shear that I'm looking at right here. And we have two different products. We have the shear track, which shows shear over the past 15 to 30 minutes, and shear that's active at the moment. This is actually the shear product itself. So everywhere in blue is actually seeing that active shear right now. So we're getting some of the spinning with height, the turning with height, changing the winds with height in the atmosphere, which is a component you need to kind of get things turning around up there in terms of getting them moving and rotating some of those winds, but not seeing overly aggressive rotation at the moment. But what we're going to do here is kind of an illustration of putting together that puzzle that we've referred to several times this morning. And, of course, the puzzle is our brief and clever way of saying we're going to look at our different components of the atmosphere, put them together, and see if they piece up and line up. You're going to tell us something's going on there. So what you're looking at there is shear. And as we change over to shear, the first component that you look at in terms of seeing what's going on there, we're going to change over from the shear. So you take off the shear itself, and we're going to add in the reflectivity, add in our radar here. Now, we're going to start with reflectivity. And, of course, reflectivity is going to tell us if there is just a shower or thunderstorm there in general. Because we could have shear in the atmosphere. And
Yeah, you can have strong winds without a
yeah,
thunderstorm.
exactly. You can have nothing there. But as we add in the velocity here, clearly showers and thunderstorms in that exact spot. So the next step would be changing over to velocity. We see that there is some wind there itself.
Yeah.
And then, of course, our third product here, we would add in, we check our storm relative velocity, and that tells us the directions to and from the radar site. So we've got all three different products here kind of showing some of the components are present for something that we keep an eye on here, Ryan. But what do you immediately think of when you see those components, three of those together?
I see a lot of gusty winds basically with this thunderstorm there. I'm thinking that we're seeing a lot of straight line winds when I look at that profile right now here on velocity, where you've got basically a line of showers and thunderstorms that's pairing up with winds that are moving toward the radar scan ahead of that shower and thunderstorm batch. You can see that little bright ball down there too. If you look just south of the lagoon area, I know we just got another marine warning posted. That could be just a little water spout right there, just off Shell Island and south of the pass. So we'll keep monitoring that. But the line of showers and thunderstorms itself's just got some gusty winds on it. This is actually a part of the segment that's just out ahead of the squall line feature itself.
Talking about this area here, or let me see.
Yeah.
There we go. Yeah.
Reflectivity is pretty
Oh, you're talking about this
pretty
one.
jagged. No. Go back
Oh, I was
up.
on the right one?
Yeah, you were on the right one.
Let's see. Yeah, reflectivity is a little
It's a little jagged right
see
there.
here.
You wouldn't be able to
There we
see
go.
this water spout itself because it's pretty much right in the middle of all that rain. But
Yeah.
if you flip back over to velocity, you'll see just a little bright banding ball
Right, to
of some gusty winds.
Oh, yeah, there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that could be maybe just a little water spout. We're not getting returns on the radar scan of anything.
This area here.
Yeah, we're not getting returns of actually anything that's red or going back towards the radar, but sometimes that can get a little mucked up because the radar scan itself is shooting through that squall line,
Right.
to get to that little spot right there. So, that'll be a pretty strong wind gust that's trying to move its way into the coast there. And I know that just recently they put another severe thunderstorm or a marine warning out on the coastline.
Here, I'll pull that up for you.
Oh, and
Really?
meteorologist Jordan Smith with us this morning too, and that squall line we're hearing it outside right now, and he said he just watched the shelf cloud crawl right over. Let's take a look really quick at our cameras. As I'm certainly hearing the downpour coming down here across the panhandle. Even the camera over there at Santa Rosa, even though they're out of the neck of the woods right now, it's coming down. You can see that Santa Rosa's camera's shaking a little bit in some of those westerly winds. It's really coming down here in Pineapple Willies. Some of the heavier rains associated with that squall line feature passing right over Pineapple Willies right now. Gulf water's looking pretty roughed up out there in that southerly wind. Yeah. I bet that was probably a pretty cool sight to see there. Yeah. All right. Nice. Let's bring up our tower camera and see. Oh, you can barely even see the Hathaway out there on our camera right
wow.
now. Yeah, that's some intense rain that's coming down across Panama City Beach right now.
Yeah, trying to cross that at higher speeds probably not a great idea.
Yeah, this is one of those slow down on the roadways kind of lines when it comes through. Certainly a very heavy batch of showers and thunderstorms out there. Panama City Beach right now. There's a good flash of lightning. We're seeing almost about, I believe the counter was up to 14 strikes every 5 minutes. So you get about 1 or 2, 3 lightning strikes every minute or so.
Wow.
Or every 4 or 5 minutes.
Here we go. Let's see this.
The line itself is going to continue to progress its way further off towards the east and bring more pictures like that to some areas. It's been building now as we've watched the line of showers and thunderstorms itself be rather benign through our western counties. Of course, we still had some isolated areas that picked up on some heavy rains there in Walton and Okaloosa counties, and we probably saw some gusty winds associated with this line as it worked its way on through. But we're really starting to see the line blossom now. We're getting more warmth in the atmosphere that we're getting a couple hours after sunrise. It's almost 2.5 hours after sunrise now. We still have some really good southerly winds in the atmosphere. I mean, Trey, look at this discrete cell. Look how fast it's moving.
Yep, I was just looking at that. I got the same thing pulled up over here.
That's in an hour. Let's see here, because this is that little cell is booking it. What we'll do is we'll actually time it out, how long it took to get.
Wow.
It's probably, it's moving about 40 miles an hour. I got an hour loop right now, and that thing is moving. That's cooking.
Wow.
40-mile-an-hour southerly winds that are out ahead of this line of showers and thunderstorms. So imagine that. We've got 40-mile-an-hour winds in the atmosphere, just sustained, coming up out of the Gulf ahead of this line. And then you've got winds associated with the squall line feature itself coming in from the west.
Right.
You know, and those even, we've had reports. What did you tell me that report was at the airport?
Let me read it again. It's right here. It said, the report from the airport, we had a 48-mile-per-hour gust. This is about 10 minutes ago over at ECP.
So you're really watching things elevate now here. I mean, you got 40-mile-an-hour winds inbound, and we've got almost 50-mile-an-hour winds outbound and westerly. That's a lot of shear that's happening right along this line of showers and thunderstorms, and that's going to help to build it. And we're already seeing it intensify. I mean, look at the line itself now compared to what it was just an hour ago. I'm going to remove some of the drawing that I did on there, and I'm going to slide the camera over just a little bit. And I just want you to kind of focus on the deep reds that you're seeing, which are indicating the heaviest, the most intense rainfall that's happening along this line of showers and thunderstorms. Looking at it from the very beginning, just an hour ago, hardly any red, and now that line is almost solidly built back into a real decent squall line feature again. We didn't quite have too much of this just, a couple hours ago. I'll back up the radar scan just to show you the difference. Look at how thin it was. There's just little spotty areas of some of those intense rainfalls. And then over this last hour, the atmosphere's been warming.
Mixing.
We're elevating the winds with those warming conditions too. And now this squall line is really starting to build.
If those gusts like that are kind of the first sign to us that we're starting to see that mixing working its way down closer to the surface.
Yeah, I was hoping the squall line was going to be completely out of our area before we got to see this kind of warming in this building.
Yeah.
Because that's to me now signaling that we're really going to have to watch out.
Yep.
Southeast of Highway 231, these counties right here, you're talking eastern Bay County. Yep, eastern Bay County, Gulf, Franklin, Liberty, and Calhoun County. Although northern Calhoun County, maybe near Bluntstown, probably not going to be as intense as, say, what Gulf County gets.
Yeah.
But southern portions of Calhoun County,
Yep.
South of 20. This is going to be an area really that we'll have to watch.
And it's untouched, too, by the rainfall.
Untouched, and it's just getting pumped full of warm, moist air off the Gulf right now with those 40-mile-an-hour onshore winds.
The longer it takes this line to make it over there, the more it's going to have a chance to build up some of that warm air, that instability that was lacking. It's working on building that back up.
Yep.
The overnight hours.
Yeah, let me redraw that. This is going to be our primary threat here in our viewing area. Okay, if you're in these locations in the next couple hours here, I want you to just go ahead and make sure that you have plans to be somewhere safe when this line of showers and thunderstorms moves its way on through. I'm talking far eastern Bay County, Mexico Beach, down to Port St. Joe, Cape San Blas, Apalachicola, Weewahitchka, southern Calhoun County, south of Bluntstown, most of Liberty County, most of Franklin County, including St. George Island. This line of showers and thunderstorms will be heading your way probably over the next 2 hours, okay? It's going to be largely nearing Mexico Beach to Weewahitchka, just because of the angle of it. I would say I'm gonna do a rough little estimate of timing here for you guys, just because I'm getting convinced that we'll probably have some severe thunderstorm warnings.
At
if
least.
not, yeah,
It's really, the rain is blowing sideways out there.
yeah, we're gonna definitely start to get some warnings popping here soon. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, it's. Yeah, 'cause that area there in that circle is untouched by rainfall so far, and it's already building up some of that warm air out ahead of this line. So, yeah, that'd be the area to watch for sure.
This is all lining up for them to have the brunt of it here in the Panhandle. Even though I don't want to disregard with what's happening outside right now
Right.
for us. But so this is kind of what I'm looking at, I think, for timing. 10 a.m. around the Mexico Beach area up to southern portions of Calhoun County. So over the next hour, as this line moves its way on through, once it gets to you, it's going to be about half an hour's worth of some really intense rain and gusty winds. We're experiencing that here in Panama City Beach right now, and all the way up through Bay County, Lynn Haven, on up towards almost Crystal Lake, before it's a little bit more easterly and starting to work its way towards Youngstown and Fountain on 231. And then as we get to Port St. Joe, Cape San Blas, and then across Liberty County, it's going to be a little bit more about 11 o'clock. And then as we get into eastern Gulf County, Franklin County, it's going to be a little closer to about lunchtime
Yeah.
when this line of showers and thunderstorms gets there. So make sure that you're, based on this loose time frame here that we've got for you, able to find somewhere safe, good sturdy structure. If you're, in a mobile home or something like that in these locations, and you're worried about very gusty winds and squall lines, you've been through them before, you didn't feel safe in that mobile home structure, this is a rough estimate and gives you plenty of time to get to a sturdier structure. It's something like going, to even like a Walmart,
Yep.
or, going to an open business that is a sturdy structure. It's a little better setup. I know when I go do weather talks, a lot of folks ask a lot of times, what do I do? I live in a mobile home. When these things come through, I don't feel safe in my mobile home. Okay, well here's a big time heads up. You got a couple hours to try to get from that mobile home and into a sturdier structure. And just let it roll out, and then you can go back, to your mobile home and be fine, or RV. If you're at an RV park, you get some of these winds that are going to move through with, 50 mile an hour wind gusts and 60 mile an hour wind gusts. That's going to get that RV rocking.
Yeah, and it's certainly something that is worth doing on days like this, and maybe you even want to get on out of there early, well before these storms get to you, and that'd probably be a better idea if you're living in a mobile home, because in situations like this, that's not a place you want to be during the storm, whether there's a tornado warning or not, with gusty winds possible like this.
Yeah. Your regular households are going to be probably okay as long as we don't see
Site-built structures.
Yeah, as long as we don't see, a tornado warning pop
Right.
in this area, which we can't rule out, but and then that would be a very isolated
Right.
area, and in which case in your household, your firm foundational household, you'd go into the middle part of that home on the first floor, away from the outdoor windows and doors, and that's where you seek safety. If it's a very centralized first floor closet or bathroom, and again, that's if a tornado warning were to be issued for your location. I don't want you to go into that area right now and then have to wait there for 3 hours.
Right. And even in isolated situations and small situations, in terms of width, like even with the Mexico Beach tornado we had a couple of months ago, saw that thing coming off of the Gulf as a waterspout, and it held the rotation, came up toward Mexico Beach. But even that, not being an overly aggressive, huge, strong, damaging tornado, even that was enough to rip the roof off the hotel and then right across the street, even though technically most folks by a national standard, say air quotes there, not a huge impact, still for a lot of folks in the trailer park across the street, those were flipped. You had mobile homes, RVs, flipped over upside down, some of them
Yeah.
tossed and flipped over.
Rolled.
Sheds, metal sheds,
Yeah.
destroyed.
Yeah, so this is just a good heads up. If you're in a situation like that and you're wondering what you should do, this is a great heads up for you. This is hours in advance, plenty of notice for you to go ahead and maybe leave your mobile home and find a sturdier structure and maybe do some shopping. If it is like going to a Walmart or going to the local grocery store, that is a sturdier structure than what you are currently in. If you're in that scenario, just go do your 11 or 12 o'clock shopping and ride out this storm system in the store. It's not a bad idea. So this line's really intensifying now that we're watching it head into our eastern counties. That's what we're talking about if you're just joining us. We've been watching a squall line feature that has a history of tornadic activity back in Louisiana and Mississippi last night. It wound down in the overnight hours. Of course, at nighttime, we cool off our temperatures. Overnight, the Earth emits all its warmth that it garnered from the sun during the daytime, and it emits it back out into space during the overnight hours, and that's actually what cools us off. We don't have the warming from the sun anymore, of course, and as the atmosphere then cools, we tend to see sometimes these squall line features. They start to back down, and that's what we ended up with here this morning, at least for a good third of our viewing area. They got to experience this squall line feature when it was at one of its weakest points. That's over Walton and Okaloosa counties. Now, not to say that you didn't go through some isolated, intense maybe winds for a brief moment in time and some heavy rains and some frequent lightning as what we're seeing right now, but this line has really been intensifying here over the last hour. You can just see it here on reflectivity. What we're depicting here right now is a loop of this line of showers and thunderstorms over the last hour, and reflectivity is a depiction of the most intense rains with this system. And when you see some of those reds, that's the very heavy stuff. That's the intense rainfall, where you can get, let's even see what some rain rates are right now, since we're on the topic. You'll be able to get rain rates upwards sometimes of 2-3 inches per hour. Now, the storm doesn't last a whole hour, right? It's only lasting for about 30 minutes or so. But if we just sample, let's just say this little part of one of the most intense cells just offshore, if this storm did last an hour for you, you'd get nearly 3 inches of rain there real quick. I even see a more intense batch of rain that's going to last for maybe 20 or 30 minutes here in northern portions of Bay County. Look at that one. That's almost upwards of 5 inches of rain. This location is going to be one of those isolated areas that we talked about that could eclipse the general inch of rain that we were expected to see. I think we were calling for somewhere around about 3/4 of an inch of rain to 1.25 inches. Was that about what we were calling for, final call? But we also mentioned that there was going to be the potential for the isolated strong storms that could bump that rain total up. And that wasn't going to be the case for everybody, but in an area like this, where you've got an isolated part of this storm structure that's capable of producing 5 inches per hour, and this is going to last for half an hour at least in that location, then you're picking up 2.5 inches. We were calling for the potential of there to be upwards of some areas seeing 2 to 3, and that's a forecast verification right there. And this is going to be a possibility now as this system works its way further off towards the east into some of this zone that we're talking about. There's going to be a big difference in discrepancy when it comes to rain totals from the western panhandle, who dealt with the squall line when it was weak, and then the eastern panhandle when this system really started to garner some strength there, like what we've seen over the last hour. In fact, okay, we just got a storm report of a tree down on Tyndall Parkway near the Whataburger. If you're familiar with that on Tyndall Parkway, if you're leaving, Panama City Beach, you're going down southeast on 98 there, Tyndall Parkway, and you got the Whataburger coming up. Be careful around that location as we're getting some reports there that a tree is down and possibly on the roadway. and on the roadway, so it could be blocking up travels, which this is a location I would not recommend if you're in the Tyndall area, Mexico Beach, going west right now. You need to hunker down and wait till the line goes through because of that potential, these gusty winds and that potential. If you are, say, in Mexico Beach, Tyndall area, and you're in the mobile home situation like we talked about, and you're trying to look for somewhere safe to go, you've got time if you travel east. You can outrun this thunderstorm, get into a safe structure, even though you're going to go into a zone where it's going to be more intense. You've got time to at least get to a more stable structure if you get a little bit further east as this line moves its way on through, as opposed to trying to drive through it right now where it's capable of knocking over trees. So that's just indicating, Trey, that we're dealing with an intensifying squall line feature again now, and it's probably only just moments away from popping severe thunderstorm warnings. Are we seeing any rotation yet?
I'm just looking at the shear as you said that. The shear's there. I was looking at the velocity as well a minute ago, and as we move into the morning, we're going to continue to watch the opportunity with the daytime for some of that to intensify, as you touched on. As of now, looking at the shear just south of Panama City, coming in offshore, there is a decent amount of shear in the atmosphere.
Let me
right over the central.
pod you over there.
There
There you go.
See that right over the almost heart of Panama City. It's going right up through town. But as we add in the reflectivity and place it right there with it, and add in your reflectivity here, notice, that's the area that's going right over town there, and that shear's kind of placed, right there with this particular cell. And if you zoom out a little bit, you start to notice that's an area like we were referring to. Notice the green. Of course, the greens there, there's quite a bit of rainfall out there over the Gulf. But in terms of the heavier storms, that has kind of an open window to draw in a lot of that plentiful storm fuel-rich air off the Gulf from the south and draw it right up into that storm, which is why you're seeing it kind of maintain that level of shear.
Yeah. We're ripe in the environment out ahead of this line now for it to continue to grow. And we talked about it a little bit with the energy.
Right.
This is a loop over the last 3 hours, or next 3 hours, I should say. You see how the energy for thunderstorms over the next 3 hours advances and gets a little better in those eastern counties, in those eastern areas. And that's just as sun's ripening us up with more warmth. We've got continual onshore support of moisture from the Gulf and very windy conditions. I mean, there's a wind advisory even outside of thunderstorms for today right now. It's looking much more of a go for our eastern counties and the eastern panhandle heading into this mid to late morning hours, where we're going to see things really start to kick off here. I'm hoping that we can get this line of showers and thunderstorms out of our viewing area in time.
Yeah, there's another report of that gust from just a bit ago.
I'm going to bring up storm reports here.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was just looking at. We just got another report of that same gust from earlier from ECP.
This is the energy. Sorry, I didn't have that up. As I was talking about, this is how the energy for the next 3 hours slides east and picks up a bit. We never get to moderate and extreme, like a late spring or sometimes even an early summer severe event can get. But we were always going to be kind of a low energy but high shear, high wind threat here for today.
Right.
Well, people must be watching Callaway. There's 5 comments from Callaway of people talking about how
Is it? It's picking up?
watching Callaway.
Okay. All right. We'll dive into Callaway here in just a second. That is a part of the line that we were talking about that's growing. It's building more so in Bay County right now and out down towards the Gulf. We're probably going to see it, though, pass through with gusty winds, I'd say, but perhaps just below severe threshold. We just had a report of a tree down, so that's that's what I want to find out right now. That report. Oops, I hit the wrong button. Let me make sure that it's located in the right spot. Yes, it is. Okay, this was just that wind report. So they haven't put in the LSR, the local storm report yet for that tree down. But so far, Trey, this is the wind gust that you were talking about at the airport,
Yeah.
where we had the 48-mile-an-hour winds.
Yep.
Not
Blowing
bad.
right up. Those it's sail moving right up on the shore there,
Yeah.
taking its final grasp of energy right off the shore or offshore and going right up into the area.
Yeah, I mean, just below severe threshold, but strong winds, and these are the winds that are probably moving their way right now into Callaway and across other areas of Bay County. Very gusty conditions. In fact, I'm pretty sure it's probably gusting pretty good outside the station right now. Let's bring back in radar here, and we'll dive into Callaway.
I'm looking at an area too. When you get
Let's
to
stop the loop.
just to the north and west of Weewa, it's a little bit brighter on the velocity.
Yeah, it's about to get hams in Youngstown too.
You kind of see the reds and greens. It's a broad rotation there, but
Where are you at?
I'm
over there?
just to the north and west
Kynard?
of Weewa. Yeah, just to the south of that.
Southwest of
Kinda-
Kynard.
Kind of see. I mean, the velocity's a little brighter and just a little bit of
Yeah, a little couplet.
yeah, just a tad bit. I mean, if you go
That's
to-
associated with that just outside the squall. I've got reflectivity up here. So if you look on your screen right now, we're talking about that area in southwestern Calhoun County. It's on the far right side of your screen under the John Lee Nissan Mazda
Yep.
logo down south 73, southwest of 73 there that you see. And then it would be northwest. It's that portion of the line northwest of Weewa Hitchcock. If you draw a line from Weewa up to Youngstown, it's that part of this line of showers and thunderstorms that's moving through, not necessarily associated with the squall line that is basically encompassing 231 in a lot of Bay County right now, but that little couplet, did it wash out already?
it's
Looks like
still there.
Yeah, a little bright banding, but
Yeah. I mean, it's still got
yeah,
still
little,
bright.
little weak one. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
And that could be a possibility too. You got to keep an eye out on some of the things that happen out ahead of this line of showers and thunderstorms itself. But indicative also that we've got shear
yeah.
over there. So when this line gets there, that can always be the case. Sometimes these little cells, they come up out of the Gulf and they interact with the line itself. It's just like a bowling ball going right into pins. It can
Yep.
it can all of a sudden just hit that squall line and disrupt it enough to spin it. And
Yep.
then you can get some spinning happening in the atmosphere. And so we'll keep an eye on that little branch there that's stretching from Weewa Hitchcock on up to just southwest of Kynard in Calhoun County. My friends in Callaway, there's the brunt of it. Now, we got to keep in mind that the radar scan's going to be a couple minutes behind what's actually happening right now. So you got to picture in your head that this deep shades of red is pretty much pushing right over Callaway now from that report.
I don't know if this is official, but someone said winds at 50 miles an hour at 231 in Cherokee High.
Wow.
I don't know if that's an official report. Or
Okay.
somebody estimated.
Yeah, that's in town. Yeah. I mean, 50-mile-an-hour winds is pretty good. We saw something like that just around the airport there, so not super surprised, that we're seeing that embedded in that line of showers and thunderstorms. There's Cherokee Heights. I was looking for it on 231. Yeah. Right on that squall line feature. Probably still in it, maybe just starting to get out of it, I'd say. And if you're not out of it yet there in Cherokee Heights, give it another 10, 15 minutes. The intensity is going to start to really come down, and the rain rates are really going to come down. It might still be pretty blustery out there, pretty windy. Like I bet Lynnhaven's still getting some gusty winds at this point in time. But in Lynnhaven, the worst of the weather's already past you now.
Electric is off. Fountain at 231.
Oh,
All right, up here, yeah, we're starting to get into, there's Fountain starting to get into the squall line feature. So maybe had some gusty winds, mess with some power cables, power lines there on 231. You see this, we're starting to get, reports now. This line is blowing up a little bit more. We're starting to really hear about the winds and the things that we've been talking about all morning with this system that is certainly starting to come to fruition now. And again, it goes back to what I was talking about, this area of concern that I have. And it's Gulf County. Calhoun County, you're going to get this squall line feature moving through here, and it's almost lining up a little bit with my timing, now until about 10 o'clock.
Oh, yeah.
But Gulf, Liberty, Franklin counties, this line is intensifying.
Take a look at the lightning down there, man. It's
Let's
starting to follow that line, too.
run the lightning counter on it. Yeah, look how much that's picked up.
Yep, big time.
Over 5 minutes before, we were talking about seeing, and it's going up.
Yep.
Look at it rising. It just went up 5 more. It just went up 5 more strikes there.
Yep, strikes went up, velocities lighten up. Looking interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting. It's still climbing.
Yep. You can just sit there and watch that lightning just.
Tick up. That's what. So when lightning strikes, you might wonder why. Not only is lightning, of course, a threat, but you might wonder what it's still rising. It just went up 10 in matter of 30 seconds.
Yeah.
It's still rising. What that indicates to us is that we're watching live the thunderstorm itself, the complex actually growing in nature. Lightning will be more frequent around the heaviest of the rains. That's the more intense updrafts. You're getting more friction in the atmosphere, therefore creating more opposite charges and able to create more strikes of lightning. What I did was basically I sampled this part of the squall line right here. That's what I took. And you saw that counter actually started to go down. I grabbed it right as it was moving in there, and it was going up. But that was saying something right there, and that's what we're talking about. I go back to this location, these locations over here, really going to have our full attention as we head into the rest of the morning hours until this line of showers and thunderstorms can get out of here. I'm glad we don't have any severe thunderstorm warnings out there right now or any tornado warnings. But we're hearing about just how strong thunderstorms themselves are starting to wreak some havoc here across Bay County.
Yes, they are, and we are some of the fortunate ones because folks just to our west, several states in a row just to our west, before we almost hit the timing perfectly to get the best case scenario out of what we had this morning in terms of hitting the timing just right with the line coming through into the early morning hours right after an overnight kind of, I'd say, recession and
Lull, lull.
Or normal.
Yeah, you get it to come through when the sun's not up, and that's your best bet to kind of catch a thunderstorm event at its weakest because it doesn't have the sun's energy.
Right. I'm just watching these areas to the south of southwest Mexico Beach. Kind of the velocity looks a little stronger there. It's kind of the area you've sampled the lightning strikes on.
Let me bring you in.
Yeah, I'll go back to velocity here and take a look at some of these areas just light up over the past 15 minutes. Even it comes with all the lightning. There it is. Now watch the lightning kind of add in. You start adding more of those strikes. It starts intensifying as it's going towards the east. Yeah, and it's very interesting. Even if you put it in motion over the last 30 minutes, watch this. Yeah, you can just see it start to
grow.
build.
You see it build. Yeah.
And
so that's what's heading towards Mexico Beach. That's what's heading towards Cape San Blas, Port St. Joe as we get into the next couple hours. This is an event that's intensifying here as we're watching this line of showers and thunderstorms move its way on through. If you're just joining us, we've been watching this line of showers and thunderstorms since it started moving in our western counties. Started picking up the coverage there around Okaloosa and Walton counties. They caught this line of showers and thunderstorms when it was at its relative weakness. It probably still came through with a decent burst of rain and burst of wind. But now we're really starting to watch this system feed off the warmth. We're almost 3 hours after sunrise now, and that sunshine's energizing, warming more of the atmosphere. And that's helping to give us more of the ingredients that we need to create instability. Instability was lacking in the overnight hours because we didn't have a lot of the warmth. We had a lot of the moisture to still give us a buoyant atmosphere. Buoyancy in the atmosphere is what's considered instability, because if we can lift warm, moist air aloft where it can cool and condense and form into clouds, raindrops, clouds that turn into thunderstorms, thunderstorms that grow into something mature, like a severe thunderstorm, then yeah, you need that ripe, warm, and moist environment, and that certainly is what we're looking at here. And so, what we're going to see now as this line of showers and thunderstorms moves further towards the east, if you're just joining us, roughly timing out until about 10 o'clock. This would be the onset of the squall line feature. So you're just starting to get some of the rain moving in along this line. But the most intense part of it is this ribbon of red that you see on reflectivity. It's where you're going to get your gustiest winds. That's where you're going to get your heaviest rainfall. Rainfall rates between about 2 and 4 inches per hour. But it's not going to, this little ribbon is not going to last you an hour. This little ribbon of thunderstorm is going to last you 20 to 30 minutes, but you're going to pick up a quick 1, possibly 2 inches of rain along it as it works its way on in. And that's going to be very intense rain that comes with gusty winds. That ribbon will be along this line, which extends, I've drawn from about Mexico Beach up just south of Calhoun County by about 10 o'clock. And then we're going to see that line advance another 25, 30 miles east to, say, Port St. Joe up into Liberty County. And then we're going to see it advance another hour into our eastern counties before we see it all start to wrap up further east. But I've highlighted this area, and it's under particular significance to me right now as we've watched this line just really grow and strengthen. Just over the last hour, you can see it, literally see it happening on reflectivity here. If you look at that line of showers and thunderstorms and look at those intense reds, look at the lightning strikes really picking up here over the last hour, as opposed to, let me change this to over the last 2 hours, okay? And I'm going to slide a little further over towards the west so you can see what it was 2 hours ago. I'll stop it and I'll back it up just so you can compare. Look how thin it was back west. Notice those isolated, intense red spots are a little bit more spotty along that line. Whereas opposed to now that we've festered off of warming of the sunshine, look at how much more defined that squall line is becoming. Those are not spotty areas of red anymore, which are indicated on reflectivity as the most intense precipitation, the most intense rainfall happening. It's more of a solid ribbon, jagged ribbon of thunderstorms now. And that just goes to show you what adding a little bit more to the equation of our severe ingredients gives you. We talked about this earlier, our ingredients. We've got the shear. You can just, even before the thunderstorms got there, it was windy outside, right?
Oh, yeah.
Speed shear. It also changes directions. It's coming in from the south if you haven't had the thunderstorms yet. It's coming in from the west if you've seen the thunderstorms and had them pass you by. That's also directional shear. So we've got speed shear, and we've got the lift. We've got a cold, dry air mass behind a cold front moving into a very warm, moist air mass that's going to help lift that warm, moist air mass in the atmosphere. We've got lift. What we were missing was some of the instability. The warmer and more moist an air mass can be, we've got plenty of moisture. That's a check mark. But the instability was the one key. We were very big on shear, very low on instability and energy. But now that's all starting to climb as this line of showers and thunderstorms goes through. If I bring in the energy piece over the next 3 hours, you see how it's building more east as opposed to where it was even right now and where it was about an hour ago. I mean, if we go even back further, if I go, let's go last 5 hours, and I'll back this up. Look at how low our energy was here across the panhandle and to what it's becoming now. So that energy is rising with this system. So that's why I've got some concerns here for this boxed area that I've drawn.
Well, you notice that area is still majority untouched by rain.
Right.
And for that area, that
Because what is rain going to do? If you get a little bit of rain, it's going to what? Rain is cooler. It's already condensed out, in the atmosphere.
Yep.
The raindrop's going to be cooler. It's going to cool the atmosphere as it falls. And so sometimes when you get showers and thunderstorms out ahead of a line of showers and thunderstorms, it can actually stabilize just a little bit by putting a little cold pool of air out there. But like Trey said, I mean, you're not getting any rain really out ahead of this line of showers and thunderstorms, so you're just continually warming over there. You got anything else going on Facebook?
Not right now.
Okay. We want to open it up to you on Facebook, too. If you're in Gulf, Franklin, Liberty counties, if you've got questions for us, now's the time. Go ahead and fire those off. If you're in the line of showers and thunderstorms itself, tell us what you're experiencing. Let us know what you're hearing. I want.
Just ask for an update on Gulf.
Okay. We're just starting to watch this line of showers and thunderstorms move into far western portions of Gulf County with the rain right now. But the most intense part of it is this red ribbon that you see that's still actually in Bay County and in western portions of Calhoun County. That's where you're going to get the heaviest rains. It's where you're going to get the most frequent winds, okay? As this line starts to progress, based on the timings that I've drawn, see by about 10 a.m., we'll have this most intense line moving in from Mexico Beach to almost near Weewahitchka. By 11 a.m., this most intense line of showers and thunderstorms will have progressed further east and southeast to Port St. Joe through White City and starting to move into western portions of Liberty County. After 11 a.m., it'll start to move more down towards the Indian Pass area into eastern portions of Gulf County, and then starting to move into western Franklin County, where that'll take us into the 12 o'clock hour and then further onwards after that. So that's the breakdown of when the most isolated, intense line of gusty winds and very heavy rains are heading your way. I hope that helped you. Alford, you guys are right in the squall line feature itself right now. I'll zoom in on you. Alford and Alpha, or Alford, you're just starting to get out of it. Alpha, it's still coming up on you. Alford, you got maybe another 15 minutes of some moderate showers. The thunderstorm activity, the severe threat has now passed you. You're going to be in the clear here not long from now from rain, and you're already in the clear from severe threat. Alpha, you're on the northern tip of this squall line feature, and the gusty and very heavy rains are inbound. So make sure that you're in somewhere safe here as this line moves its way on through with gusty winds and very heavy rains over the next, say, 30 to 45 minutes or so. It'll really start to pick up here soon for you, Alpha. Bluntstown, you've got some rain that's starting to move in from your south. That'll be some bursts of intense rain and maybe some gusty winds still to go with that. But the squall line itself is still sitting back to your west in Bluntstown. Probably about 45 minutes out. And then Youngstown, the squall line has passed you. Most of 231 now, the squall line has passed you. We're done with the severe weather if you're on Highway 231 or you live west of it. If you live west of Highway 231, severe threat is done for you. Still going to rain for another hour and a half or so. But
check out Calhoun County, Ryan. Check out the kink in the line there.
yeah, I see that. I'm going to pop you in right now.
Look at that. Let's watch it. Put it in motion here.
So we are southwest of Rollins Corner, west of Frink, west of 73, east of Youngstown. We're starting to get a little jagged edge, and we're starting to see some inflow get wrapped into this squall line feature, and starting to see some curvature.
Yep. If you spread out a little bit wider.
See if National Weather Service is chatting
Did they
about
say anything about that yet? That's Calhoun County, correct?
Yep, it's Calhoun County. That's southwest. I'm going to kind of match up my my screen with yours.
Yeah, match up yours. I'll go
Oh,
back
there you
to
go.
velocity.
Yeah, okay, yeah, you're in right now.
Oops. Oh man.
So that's the reflectivity look at it. I'll let you fix yours, and
Yeah, let's see. You go back to velocity. Okay, there you go.
then that's the
Kind of see it there.
reflective, or that's the velocity. and so
Got some
that's
lightning.
Yeah.
Not sure. Let me check and see if the weather service has touched on it yet. Yes, it just did. Yeah, they
They're watching it too.
yeah. I'm assuming that's the same area. Yeah, better defined. So it strengthens much more. They may consider.
So if a tornado warning gets issued, here's what's going to happen. We're going to have to go on air, on TV, cut into the Olympics, and update the folks near Frink, Rollins Corner. I want you to go ahead and start to find your safe places.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Bluntstown, this is going to be west of you for now, but you are upstream of this. Yeah. I'm going to put a timing on this line up to Bluntstown.
Yeah. Look at that. Kind of.
Yeah.
There.
So this is the area we're watching, and this is a little timeline here of how long it might be to some areas. We're about 15, 20 minutes away from the Frink area where we're seeing a possibility of rotation in the atmosphere. There's no tornado warning on it right now, but if this activity continues, I would not be surprised if we did get a tornado warning here in this location. We're in western portions of Calhoun County. We're west of Highway 73, northwest of the Kynard area, southwest of Rollins Corner, south of Highway 20. We're east of Youngstown. We're west of Frink. We're watching the potential for, we're getting closer to the Frink area now. Probably only, it's this, I drew this about a couple minutes ago. You're probably actually within 10 minutes in the Frink area of getting some very gusty winds. Some of the rotation in the latest velocity signatures just kind of backed off a little bit. Not seeing as defined. And that's going to be the case with some of this activity. It's going to have the potential of spinning up and then at the same chance also spinning down a little bit. So I'm going to flip over to velocity. We still have a little bit of a hook. So what I'm looking at is this area right here. While it's not showing up in green because we're very far away from the Ebro radar, we're right on the border of almost picking up the Tallahassee radar. We're not seeing a lot of the inflow that's coming in from the south here, as the radar beams are shooting very much up aloft right now, where this far away is also another thing. We might be seeing a little bit more of the mesocyclone with this, but we're seeing some rotation in the mesocyclone, which can easily move down towards the surface briefly. So that'll be something that we'll continue to monitor. I'm sure if we see this couplet kind of try to tighten up a little bit, you might actually get a tornado warning to pop here. But it's all red here on velocity because we're up in the atmosphere, okay? We're several thousand feet at this point. We're 10, 15,000 feet in the atmosphere this far away from the radar. And so we're predominantly sampling the winds in the mid-levels of the atmosphere here, which are very much westerly, which would mean they're very much moving away from the radar scan at this level of the atmosphere. You see the radar sweep coming in from the left there. That red indicates that these winds are moving away from the atmosphere up there. But we know that the squall line feature hasn't got to Bluntstown yet. And we know that out ahead at the surface, winds are southerly here. It's not until that squall line feature moves through and passes you that surface winds actually start to shift more westerly. Up in the atmosphere, 10, 15,000 feet, it's already westerly. But so this is our scenario. We've got this feature feeding westerly winds in here, and we've got our southerly winds coming out ahead of the squall line, getting wrapped into the squall line feature here, and just west of Frink right now, southwest of Rollins counties. It's actually moving its way right over 73 right now. You got to imagine that our radar scans come every 3, 4, 5 minutes in situations like this. So we got this latest radar scan just a couple minutes ago. So it's probably already over 73, if not getting a little closer to 71, and toward Bluntstown, which you're probably within about 15 minutes away from this if you're in Bluntstown or near 71. So it's a good idea to go ahead and find your safe place now as this batch of showers and thunderstorms moves its way on in. Seeing ingredients there, but not necessarily at the level required or needed to fire off a tornado warning as of yet. But being very much monitored closely by us and the National Weather Service out of Tallahassee, and we're here to bring that information to you as early as possible. But this is an area of concern right now, and this falls right into our area that we were talking about before of potential locations. It's right well within the box that I drew almost an hour ago now. This was going to be one of the locations. This is where that little couplet or where that little rotation was happening. It's right there in the southern portions of Calhoun County. When I redrew this, I said it was going to be south of Highway 20. There we go. And just further gives me more concern for the rest of these southeastern counties as the rest of this squall line feature starts to move that way.
And that's the reason we give such a heads up to folks that are in manufactured housing, mobile homes, RVs, etc., non-structured, non-site-built structures, is because when these storm cells get on top of you, then your time to take that safety action decreases very rapidly. And especially if you don't happen to have somebody in the area you could go stay with for a little bit, or you don't particularly know where you want to go shelter, then when the system's on top of you, not only is it confusing, disorienting, then you run out of time very quickly, and before you know it, the system itself is impacting you, and what you were trying to take shelter from is already taking its effect. What we're getting at here is with this system and the way it's set up, this particular line of thunderstorms, discrete cells developing, this particular setup is a little bit quicker acting in terms of dropping those quick rotations on you than you would see with some other forms of severe weather. So this is one of those situations where we're telling you ahead of time that area that Ryan's got in the circle, probably not a great idea to stay in a structure this morning and early afternoon that's not site built.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't have a good solid foundation, good solid walls. If you're anywhere around, there's something interesting actually happening on reflectivity right now. But if you're in a mobile home, mobile park, RV, we gave you a heads up, almost an hour ago that this location that I drew in the white box was going to be one that we'll have a lot of concern with. Look at what just happened out there along the Gulf.
Oops. Let's see here.
I'm gonna erase that for the time being. Look at that. Look at how that bowed out.
Oh, yeah. Talking about that.
It just, if you look over the last scan or two,
Oh, yeah.
look how it's bowing. See how it's almost stretching. That's indicating to us that westerly winds are really ramping up behind this segment.
Further indicating and confirming what we were just talking about, folks, that Ryan and I and Jordan as well are looking at this data and not only telling you that tornado potential is certainly not zero in those locations and the storms themselves will be dangerous, but what Ryan's getting at here is, should you not get anything else from these thunderstorms that we're worried about strengthening over that area in the circle Ryan had, should you not get any of that, what you are most likely going to get are the strong winds, and those at the moment are below severe thresholds, but if what we're looking at right now offshore continues in that pattern, they probably won't be below severe thresholds for long, and when they head up on shore, you may even get a severe thunderstorm warning due to those winds.
Yeah, and when we're watching reflectivity, we're looking for shapes. We're looking for signatures, what we call them. This is a classic bowing segment. Bowing segment, or lack of a better term, even if you want to think of it as a reverse C, a backward C, indicates that we're watching the physical shape of this line of showers and thunderstorms change because of the strong winds coming in behind this line at that particular location. The strong westerly winds here are actually physically changing the shape of this line of showers and thunderstorms and causing it to bow. Think about an arrow, bow and arrow. You know, think about that. That's literally what's happening right here. We're seeing that segment actually bow out just a little bit, and we're getting some very intense winds that are probably coming across the Gulf right here. That's actually ramping up the timing
Yeah.
for Cape San Blas and probably Port St. Joe from what I had. I think I was getting to Port St. Joe at 11. Now you're going to be more involved in the 10 a.m.
Yep.
as the linear structure of this is changing.
But each change, even though, say, you may get the storm systems to move through a little bit quicker, each change in the pattern and direction of these lines of thunderstorms can change the threat and type of threat you're seeing.
Yeah. It's like we talked about with those puzzle pieces and stuff like that coming together over different time frames. One little change in winds. Looks like tornado warning just popped.
Did it really?
Yep, tornado warning has just popped. I've got a feeling that it's going to be where we were.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's actually further north, up towards the Grand Ridge. Okay, southeastern portions of Jackson County. You are underneath a tornado warning right now. This is affecting the Grand Ridge, Chattahoochee, Sneads areas, upwards northeast of Alpha. You're under a tornado warning right now. It's time to go ahead and find your safe place in your households, okay, as this storm system works its way on through. This is an actual warning, which means that things are imminent or already happening. We need to go ahead and find our safe places and go ahead and get indoors in the bottom area of your households on the first floor. Now, because there's a tornado warning, what we're going to have to do is shift our coverage on air. We're going to leave this here as best as possible for you to monitor. If the screen happens to go black, you can turn on your TV, turn it up to a loud volume. We're going to let the stream run, but if the stream for some reason goes black because we have to go on air on TV, that sometimes can cut off our Facebook coverage, our streaming coverage. You can flip over to WJHG and get the latest on this warning. But for now, we are going to have to go to television and cover this tornado warned cell for southeastern portions of Jackson County. So we're going to change our coverage over to the television. It'll come on in about less than 5 minutes. All right, folks, rejoining you here with our stream and our Facebook Live, picking up continual coverage this morning of the squall line feature that's worked its way on into our area. And Trey, we just had a tornado warning pop in eastern portions of Jackson County that's now slid its way a little bit more into Georgia out of the viewing area.
Yeah, we did, and that particular part of the system was just to the north of the area that we had circled to watch over the next few hours, and that area is going to have even more of an opportunity over the coming hours to develop more in terms of severe potential, more spin-up tornadoes off of this line coming right out of the Gulf, and tornado warning moving into southern Georgia, but that's the first one of the day for us here in the Panhandle, but we hope it's the last, but the potential is there for it to not be the last.
Yeah, it's exactly right there. And we were watching an area that we had highlighted actually in those eastern portions of Calhoun County. In fact, my box was just a little south of where we actually saw a tornado warning pop. But we were even watching an area around the Scotts Ferry and Kynard area that was surprisingly enough didn't get warrant. This line of showers and thunderstorms is progressing quickly now out towards the east. We are already through Port St. Joe. Do you remember when we talked about before we had to go cut in on television that the line segment was starting to bow out?
Right.
That bowing segment now is already through Cape San Blas and Port St. Joe.
Right, it came through there quick.
Can't really believe how fast it blew through that region, but we talked about how those winds were really going to start to pick up behind that bowing segment and send that quickly out towards the east. You can almost see another little bowing segment of westerly winds right there. You see that little kink in the line or the curvature, the backward C or the bowing segments that are happening now along this line. That's indicating that we've got some very strong westerly winds that are occurring in these locations, which is actually leading towards the potential of seeing even damaging straight line winds with this squall. We're watching the line of showers and thunderstorms cross over.
There you go. Here's another one.
Highway 231.
Expired. Yep. Okay. Good.
And they're pushing out on that southwest Georgia.
Yep.
Okay. Yeah. We're watching this line of showers and thunderstorms quickly pick up pace out towards the east. It's really ramped up its speed. In fact, over the last about 30 to 45 minutes, moving out fast out towards the easterly direction here. And I'll tell you, it's not going to be much longer before we actually see the whole system move into the eastern Panhandle and eastern Big Bend. But we still have concerns for Liberty County, eastern and southern Gulf County, as well as Franklin County. Franklin County, you guys have relatively been benign with just really windy conditions out of the south. But this squall line is now knocking on your doorstep out towards the west, and it will start to move its way into Apalachicola here pretty soon. In fact, I'm going to just pan out this bowing segment over the next hour. And really could see it. And now these times are going to be eastern here for you, especially as you start to get into Franklin County and Apalachicola. The Brickyard area is, I think, still actually being put in central time. That's actually interesting. I wonder if they are actually central. But nonetheless, that'd be 10:19 central time or 11:19 eastern time for Brickyard. Then as we get to Apalachicola, probably within the next half hour, this line of showers and thunderstorms could be in your area. I would venture to say that it could even be a little bit sooner than that. It could be more like 20 to 30 minutes before this bowing segment gets to you. Looking then further out towards the eastern side of Franklin County, East Point would be roughly within the hour. And Carabel as well, within the hour of seeing this line of showers and thunderstorms head your direction. Once we start to see this line actually move a little bit more so into eastern Liberty County and eastern Franklin County, that'll be probably it for our coverage. The Tallahassee market would then pick it up, and you can keep your updates going from there. A lot of folks have already seen this line of showers and thunderstorms move through, and we're looking more and more in the clear now from the severe threat. For a lot of our counties. In fact, I'm going to draw a line on here that will be kind of while it might still be raining, if you are west of this line that I just drew, and that basically goes from just about the Grand Ridge Sneads area, which you just had your severe event. If you're just from there through Bluntstown, I'd even call Bluntstown. I could even rewrite this to be a little bit more tight to that line. Grand Ridge, Bluntstown, basically Apalachicola River to Weewahitchka, and then further towards the west, Port St. Joe, Cape San Blas. If you're west of this line that I just drew, that's it for your severe day. It's over for you. If we're east of this line that I just drew, that includes Apalachicola, St. George Island, Indian Pass, you're picking it up right now. White City, you're in the midst of it. Most of Liberty County. If it's not happening right now, it's about to. In the next hour. And that goes for Franklin County as well. We're going to be watching this system move its way through with gusty, potentially damaging winds, and it can't rule out really the tornado threat with this line of showers and thunderstorms either. So that's something that we'll continue to monitor with this system as it works its way further off towards the east. Are we seeing any kinks on the line at all? Have you been monitoring velocity?
Check this out.
All right, I'm going to flip you on.
Look down south of Port St. Joe over the past 15 minutes. Lightning's kind of getting in the way, but we have a lot of lightning, number one. And if I turn off the lightning, check out this kind of spin in the atmosphere down there offshore. Just a little bit.
Yeah.
See it kind of ramping up there.
Yep.
If we look up the line a little bit, south of Weewa, there's a little bit of a kink there.
Yeah, there's a
Of
little
course, you're
kink
changing
there.
over radar sites as well.
Yeah, pretty broad,
Yeah.
but definitely still gusty winds along that
Here,
line.
let's switch to, yeah, it's kind of.
But yeah, there is at least a little meso cyclone down there south out in the Gulf.
Lightning's pretty healthy.
Yeah, so that'll be something to watch. That's on a heading towards St. George Island.
Yep.
Probably 30 minutes away. It's getting hard to judge the timing because actually the line segment itself is kind of falling a little bit southeasterly
Yeah.
there. It might almost even deflect it off the coast. That'll be something to watch.
Yeah. If you put it in motion, yeah, it's kind of hugging the coast down there.
Yeah, it's going to be a real close call to St. George Island.
Which has, if it had held to the line earlier that we were looking at before it had this surge in speed, then it probably would have went right up through, I'd say even almost west of Port St. Joe.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually flabbergasted when we came back in here and looked down towards
Yeah.
Gulf County after looking up there in eastern Jackson County after we just talked about how we were seeing that segment starting to bow and how the westerly winds were really going to ramp up behind that to come in here and see that it already blew through Port
Yeah.
St. Joe that fast. That was pretty surprising, but it's just indicative of what we look for when it comes to these squall line features and what can happen when you start to get these westerly winds behind a squall line feature, the inflow on the backside, and even just the general westerly flow behind this squall line feature that really created that line to move its way through pretty quickly.
It reinforces the point we made just before that tornado warning was issued. We were talking about folks out ahead of this line, giving them as much time as we could in terms of early notification that, hey, you may want to hop out of your mobile home, RV, etc., and head to a site-built structure because these things happen so quickly. And I think you and I both mentioned that sometimes these things can happen so quickly in terms of changing their speed and direction. And before you know it, it's on top of you when you're trying to take shelter and get out and go find another place to be. And it's kind of what happened here with the storm system speeding up. The line of storms is a lot quicker than it was.
Yeah, and every time I look at reflectivity right now, I'm just kind of more amazed at how fast the forward progression has picked up. The propagating speed is really ramping up with this line of showers and thunderstorms. I mean, we're almost at 10:30 a.m. Central Time, 11:30 Eastern. And I think if you would have asked me early on this morning if we would have seen this line of showers and thunderstorms out before 11 a.m., I wouldn't have thought so.
No.
I thought that we were still going to be here probably by about noon, 1 o'clock, and that's Central Time, which would have been 1, 2 o'clock Eastern Time for some of these counties. Just goes to show how the timing has really changed and how fast the squall line is picking up its speed. And that probably is just an indication also of just how hungry this line of showers and thunderstorms is. And what do I mean by hungry? Let me talk about it here with reflectivity, as this line of showers and thunderstorms is feeding in two directions right now. It's feeding off southerly winds and it's feeding off westerly winds. And what do I mean by that? Well, when it comes to a thunderstorm structure, okay, I'm going to give you a loose little drawing down here. We're going to draw our thunderstorm cloud. All right. And we can sometimes even have a little branch out on the back of it. But for worst case scenario, just imagine that this is the 3D look at our line of showers and thunderstorms that we have right there. We've got winds that are coming in from the south into this line of showers and thunderstorms. Let me undo that. I think I drew my line a little bit too close to the bottom there. I'll undo that. Draw it a little bit better over here. Bear with me while I draw a little artwork. I'm going to get a little John Madden on you. Okay, so this is like a 3D. If we were to bisect, and which I can do actually, and bisect that line, but I'll do it after I make this quick point. This is our structure that we're looking at with our squall line feature. Okay, if I were to drop a knife right perpendicular to the line, this is what the 3D structure with height would look like. This is the surface. This is up where planes fly. We've got winds that are coming into this system from the south, feeding this line of showers and thunderstorms. In the line of showers and thunderstorms itself, because it's warm, moist air, it's rising up into the atmosphere and then fanning out. We've got winds aloft that are changing with direction that start to spin this column of air. And that sometimes can then come down towards the surface in what we would look like looking for the potential of seeing tornadic rotation in the atmosphere. But to get to my point, we not only are feeding this storm system with the southerly winds, this updraft has picked up in intensity over the last 2 hours. That's the movement up in the thunderstorm that fans out as winds aloft are coming in from the west. But this intensity, this updraft has picked up in speed, I'm venturing to say. We've seen the thunderstorms grow. They've matured. That means that updraft that is forcing that air to go up higher in the atmosphere and probably doing quickly. We can't just lift warm, moist air off the ground without replacing it from something. So not only are we getting flow to come in from the south to feed this thunderstorm, but you're probably coming in on the backside now too. And that's what's ramped up really this westerly flow that we've seen when it comes to this line of showers and thunderstorms that moved through, and this Boeing segment that moved through Gulf County. It's now feeding in on some of the westerly winds at the surface a lot more. We saw that coming. We saw the structure starting to bow out, indicating exactly what's happening. It's no longer just inflowing from the front. It's starting to inflow from the back, and that caused the forward propagation of that line of showers and thunderstorms to really advance. It's picked up in speed. All right, that's enough of my John Madden. I thought it was pretty good, though. I mean,
Yeah.
wasn't it?
Illustrator.
Was it okay?
Yeah, like an old illustrator out there.
Let me draw this bisection now of this line of showers and thunderstorms, and we can even do it this
I
way.
drew that on paper a couple days ago, Ryan. When I was sitting
Yeah.
there watching Ryan do the 11 o'clock show at the Weather Center. I was drawing that on a sheet of paper the other day.
Well, here you go. Look at this right here. This is that westerly influence bowing out the segment right there. That's the push of this westerly wind on the backside. You can even see it's causing the top of the thunderstorm to almost fall back a little bit on itself. That westerly wind is coming in on the backside, pushing this surface part of the thunderstorm to the east. And then just momentum alone, it's probably not, I venture to say, probably the winds aloft might not even be as strong as what's happening here at the surface because of the way that actually is causing it to fall backwards like that.
Yeah, but look at the height that it's still at, even though it's kind of falling back on itself.
30,000 feet.
That's planes height right there. Planes fly steady at cruise altitude sometimes at 30,000 feet.
Clouds are even going a little higher than that too.
Yeah, exactly. Sometimes you get those overshooting tops on clouds, and you can get those up way up in the atmosphere.
Yeah, I mean that's so. What you're also looking at here is the intensity depiction of the rain. See that heavy rain right through a lot of the squall line here in the low levels. Up aloft, though, remember, we're transporting more moist air aloft where it's cooling and condensing. So that's why you're not seeing some of the deeper reds as high, because that moisture is actually saturating the atmosphere. It's going through a process of evaporation. And so we don't see necessarily the deeper reds the further high you go, but we're still getting a rain shaft, a rain column itself to almost get upwards of 30,000 feet. Not only just the clouds, but the moisture itself, the raindrop itself is getting held up to 30,000 feet. I bet if we pulled up a sounding right now, we'd probably see that this is probably a freezing layer of the atmosphere too. And I, venture to say, I don't know if the atmosphere is probably too warm below. Probably not. Yeah, probably not to see any more much hail. But that's how you get hail. You get that moisture all the way up there in the atmosphere where it can freeze. That's how it happens. And we're starting to lose a little bit of our line as we're getting a new radar scan. But there it is. There's that structure again.
Yep.
This one down here. Oh, look at that rain shaft out of the Gulf.
Way up there. Almost 40,000 feet.
That's crazy.
That's nuts.
That's a big thunderstorm.
Yeah.
At least that one's off in the Gulf. Is that also the same place that we were seeing? Notice the burst of lightning right there. You tend to see that with the heaviest rain shaft.
Yep.
That's the same spot that we were seeing the
Yep, we got it pulled up right now, looking at south of Port St. Joe, kind of south and west of Apalachicola there.
Is it still on a heading towards St. George Island?
Put it in motion here. Yeah. What do you think? I mean, it looks kind of like it, straight up towards it.
Yeah, it could clip St. George Island.
Let's go to reflectivity. Yeah,
Maybe within the hour
Yeah.
for the western side of St. George Island.
still carrying a lot of that lightning. Yeah, a lot of gusty winds down there as well.
This has been an impressive line to watch as it's worked its way further off towards the east, to say the least, this morning. When we first came in and we started our coverage early this morning, when the line was just starting to move into our viewing area around the Choctawhatchee Bay, it was very weak.
Yeah.
And let me even show that. Let's go back 6 hours. Okay, and I'm going to move the camera view just a little bit too. I'm going to drop myself in here real fast. I'm coming. All right, we'll just do this. Trey, it's stuck on you for the time being, so give me a second.
Oh, that's all right. I'm just looking at this storm relative velocity here, just to the southeast of Weewa. It's nothing overly aggressive, but still seeing some of those reds and greens kind of hanging out up there south and east of Weewa. And then if you go, of course, down to the south, you find all that lightning and some interesting components on the velocity side of things. Just offshore, but yeah, like you mentioned, it's making a beeline right up towards the coast right now. As long as we see that lightning there, it gives us an indication that at minimum the storm is maintaining some of that strength, and continue to watch that as it moves up eventually to areas like Apalachicola. And I mean, ooh, look at that! Take all that lightning there.
Yeah, that's that little cell.
Just there. Let's see something. Let's see here. Let me take off the radar and add on. I bet we are seeing ample shear here. Shear. Whoops. Here, not that. Here we go. There we go. Look at all the shear that's going on down there at the moment. That shear in the blue areas, of course, turning of the winds with height. Multiple areas down there just offshore near Apalachicola where these storms are rolling through. Still seeing ample shear in the atmosphere for development potential further in terms of that atmosphere being primed. If it does grab a little bit of that instability, some of these cells could advance in terms of their strength a little bit more so. But as you add your watches and warnings in, I think where did we just get that? Yes, we just got another marine warning. See this big, large marine warning down there that's flashing.
Yeah, they're covering that whole area.
I guess they know, or they see what we're seeing here.
Yep.
That the instability is there, and we got to keep in mind that whole area that Ryan had circled earlier. That instability was there and wasn't worked over by the atmosphere, and it was setting up a prime real estate for these storms to develop and strengthen. And some of that's still there down to Apalachicola, Carabel, that whole area, St. George Island, still pretty much doing right for those storms to move on through and grab a hold of that storm fuel.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about before, I was having little technical difficulties there and left you hanging for a little bit. But, we were talking about the line of showers and thunderstorms when it moved through here early on this morning. And if we take a look at that, right, I'm going to move the camera angle. This was the squall line when it first showed up here this morning in our western counties. Granted, it was a decent batch of showers and thunderstorms and had some pretty good looks to it. A thin ribbon of showers and thunderstorms was what it was, a very brief one as it worked its way through. But when we saw this system start to feed off the sunrise, all right, so this was just after sunrise when it started to come its way on through. It was non-severe, very linear in nature. And what I mean by that is we don't see a whole lot of curvature to the line. It's very much kind of straight line, right? We don't see any asymmetries to that line. Okay, you see how that line is very much where it is, very much linear shaped. Whereas the line that we have right now is very much jagged, and you can tell that the winds are really whipping up on it. But watch the evolution of this line of showers and thunderstorms after we got to sunrise. So this was 7 o'clock here this morning. And then as we started to get that sun higher in the atmosphere, keep in mind we're warming the atmosphere up. We're providing more flow. Look what started happening out into the Gulf. We started noticing that we started to get some asymmetries in that line of showers and thunderstorms. No longer is this a linear shape now. It's starting to get a little bit more curved, which started to tell us that we were starting to get some big-time winds acting on this system in different ways, whereas it was actually still a little bit linear up across portions of northwest Florida, meaning that we're still probably getting some pretty good thunderstorm activity just below severe criteria. Now I'm going to slide a little bit further towards the east and progress this a little bit further even towards the east, and just watch how even the land starts to really pick up with asymmetries. No longer a straight line, but started to get a little bit more curvature to it. And then once this started to happen over land, guess what? Popped a tornado warning right there. Had curvature that could have produced maybe a tornado near the Kynard area and southwestern portions of Calhoun County. Saw rotation there. Saw big-time winds bow this segment out and race it through Gulf County. Just like that, how fast things can happen once we start to add in the instability factor that we were missing this morning. If you've been with us this morning, we talked about the severe criteria that we had. We were very much there in a lot of our criteria, just missing the instability for our western counties. Then once we started to get it, once we started to get that warm, moist air rising quicker and faster, these thunderstorms just really started to blow up. And boy, yeah, they certainly have. This is still an hour ago. That was at 10:30, or that was at, what time is this at? That was about 10 o'clock, 9:45, 10 o'clock. And then here is radar now. And just look at how much more asymmetric it is.
Yep.
We got a huge curve there, huge curve, and then it continues way out into the Gulf.
Yeah, it tells us that it's active, it's up, it's working up.
Yeah, exactly right.
Not
There's
the best behavior.
Eddies in the flow.
Yeah.
No longer are we looking at just kind of uniform flow producing a linear object. We've got a lot of activity on this line now.
Franklin County cells looking kind of interesting down there.
You got velocity up? What you got?
Yeah, let me pull up velocity here. I was just looking at it. Right about. Let me zoom out a little bit. See, watch it. For the past couple minutes. Let me switch radar sites here. So there's two areas that I'm noticing here. You see that area just under the severe thunderstorm warning box right there, where you can see that couplet,
Yeah, you can see a couplet.
and then down to the south and west, this kind of area here. Notice how that red's kind of encompassed in the gray colors. Now,
Yeah.
it's important to note here, it's something that you kind of run into now in these situations. I mean, we're seeing the kind of kinks in the line, but something else to note here, folks, is that notice we're kind of in between two radar sites here. So this is kind of where, as meteorologists, as I take off this watch and warning box, so you can kind of get a picture of what's going on here. Notice here, you see the radar site in red bay right there in the middle part of your screen, right here. And then if you take a look at the storms that we were looking at, that are about right in the middle of your screen now and right around Carabel, and the Tallahassee radar is also over to this direction. That's the next site that we would pick up on. And so as we switch it over to here, you kind of get a different view, Ryan, of what's going on.
Yeah.
And we're kind of in the middle ground, if you will. Not
Yep.
necessarily a radar hole, because we do have two radars that are shooting towards the storm. We're kind of right in the middle, where we kind of start to evaluate both sides. And as meteorologists, we know in our area, that's what the benefit of having two local guys that live here, play here, work here, etc.
Yeah.
We know what we're working with in terms of radar sites, and we can more fine-tune what we're looking at and tell you, hey, this one over here, that one may be a little bit more elevated and off the ground. It's looking a little intense, but we know, hold on, before you start sounding the alarm, this is a little elevated, but if you use this one and then this one shows it, saying, oh, well.
Exactly. Yeah. And going on that point, you talked about earlier in our broadcast, a good reference is to understand that the radar beam doesn't just shoot out at ground level and go straight, across the ground. It's angled. And there's many different tilts that they angle it at.
Correct.
And that's important because we need to know different parts of the atmosphere as the radar beam goes out. But even on our lowest angle at some point, even just because of the curvature of the Earth, we're going to end up being higher. And the radar beam itself does leave the tower with some elevation to it. And as you start to get down towards Indian Pass out there into the Gulf, in between those two radar scans, they're at that point several thousand feet up into the atmosphere. And when you looked at that couplet, it looks very much like, if we're maybe an amateur weather observer, hey, look at those reds and greens right next to each other. But this, to me, is a classic example of what a sampling of a mesocyclone looks like.
Yep.
It's large. Look how big that couplet is. And then also, you're not seeing necessarily very bright shades of red and green, but you're seeing some coloring in here. And so that's just a classic example of when we have these spinners that are out into the Gulf that we are sampling at 12,000 feet, 15,000 feet up into the atmosphere, where it's actually that mesocyclone. If you remember my thunderstorm drawing, right?
Yep.
So this is a cross-section of the thunderstorm itself. You got winds that are coming into the thunderstorm from the front of the thunderstorm. They go up, and then they fan out, and it creates this structure. We are shooting...
hold on there, Bob Ross. They can't see you.
Oh, you're right. You're right. I'm drawing, and you can't see me. All right, good call.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah, so I was talking about this couplet down here and how, you might be wondering why don't we have any tornado warnings or something like that on this line of showers and thunderstorms where we have this red right next to the green. That's what you guys always talk about as meteorologists, right? Red right next to the green. This looks like a little couplet. Well, here's the thunderstorm structure itself. And let me draw that again. It just looks like a little reverse sock there. You got winds that are coming into the storm system ahead of it, then they come up into the atmosphere and fan out that way. We start to get rotation happening in the thunderstorm itself, and that's very healthy because it separates the updraft that's sucking air up in that fans out, and then the downdraft where you have the rain coming down very heavy. But when you look at the atmosphere that far away, you're sampling basically this rotation. If our radar scan was, let's just say it was way over here, okay? that radar is leaving the tower with height, and it's now shooting this high up into the atmosphere. It's not shooting down at the ground or just off the surface. We've got several, thousand feet up in the atmosphere where this radar beam. If I even try to measure somewhat from, we're
Yep.
70 miles away from that radar scan. That's Tallahassee's, and even more so from Red Bay Ebro. So you got to imagine that that is a mesocyclone. Now, having said
So,
that,
I don't want to get the pencil tool up there. I want to piggyback off of what you're doing here. I think you're on to something. I want to draw some out that kind of matches what you're drawing there.
look right under your tool there. If you click on those three dots, you'll see. If you don't have the curved line, look for the curved line, then you'll be able to.
Oh, okay.
That curved line will give you. I'm going to bring up yours, okay,
Okay,
and I'll let
yeah.
you go.
That's what Ryan touched on there. That's the structure of the storm. What he's referring to, it kind of looks like this. So you got your ground here. Say you got your ground. This is your little grass down here. You got your ground level storm, whatever. But the storm system itself, what we see as tornadoes, and we're looking for to warn, really, in all honesty, it looks about like this. So in terms of the big structure of the storm, it looks about like this. Then you get a wall cloud. Then you get the whole system that's kind of built up like this, like so. Then the tops we were looking at a moment ago kind of shoot up into the atmosphere. Got one on the backside, almost like this is almost kind of a roundabout way what the structure looks like of the storm. Now you get the tornado just to the south there. That part on the ground, Ryan, you can see just that little bitty portion.
That
of the tornado.
little
That's
cone.
really how big they are.
That little cone that you're
Yeah.
seeing, yeah.
And
So
then-
we're looking at this whole thing, and then you're looking at that where he's drawing the squiggles right now is the updraft that's rotating, and that's the mesocyclone. That's the engine of the thunderstorm, and that's basically what that couplet is that we see down there.
Yep.
But that is the beginning structure of a mature thunderstorm, and underneath that mesocyclone, if it's strong enough, that's where you can drop out a water spout. That's where you can drop
Right.
out, this being over the Gulf.
You see these two. This is something that we were looking at before. You see that? You've got the forward flank downdraft and the rear flank downdraft. Both of those coming on both sides of it, and you kind of get those gusty winds. But something else you're going to see, I'll draw it here. I'll use the same tool here just to illustrate. You kind of get a mix here. So you'll have that forward flank downdraft there, but right in the midst of that, before you get to the tornado, you'll see something about right here. I'll scribble on the screen here. About right here, you'll get a hail shaft and kind of heavy rains. If you're going to have hail,
If
which
you're going to
you
have
really-
hail, that's
you'd
where
have
it
a
would
hard
be.
to. Yeah, it'd be right there in the midst of it. So you get the forward flank downdraft, that arrow that's on the right side, kind of the hail and rain and the heaviest of parts in the middle, and then there on the backside is the all forewarned talked about tornado part of the storm, but oftentimes people they miss the other portions of the storm that's so impactful because we're looking for that tornado to be the focus point. And it is so important to look at the bigger portions of the storm because you can see just how large that whole complex is. And I did that on purpose. I didn't make the tornado that small. on purpose.
No, yeah,
That's how it is.
that's a part of it. Yeah, that's in retrospect size. That's basically what you're looking at.
And one more thing before Ryan takes his drawing off here. What I'm drawing here, sometimes you have about the levels right between these dotted lines. Those are about the heights here that we were looking at those storms when Ryan drew it.
Yep.
Or took a 3D cut. That's about 20,000 to 30,000 feet sometimes where that the top of the storm is there. You have sometimes those anvils and other pieces
Yep.
of the storm. But the top of the storm where you just see Panama City and that little bubble up at the top, the overshooting top, sometimes you can get these storm cells to build up strong enough in the vertical where they can actually punch through the top of that atmosphere.
Yeah, you get fun clouds called Peleus clouds. Those are the little top hats that sometimes shoot out over the top of a thunderstorm. A Peleus cloud. That's a fun little term for you there. But yeah, all right. So we're going to switch over to reflectivity. That was a great drawing, great explanation. I love the diagram. I love it. Getting real sciencey now, and this is cool. This is what I like. especially for folks at home who are weather nerds. You guys would like that too. We're getting closer, though, to watching this line of showers and thunderstorms progress further east and out of the area. So I want to get right back down into our friends in Franklin County who maybe are just starting to get their first tastes of this line of showers and thunderstorms. We've been watching a little area, a strong thunderstorm there off the coast of Indian Pass and St. George Island that's now starting to move its way onto the coastline. Good thing is that broad, even mesocyclone, maybe it was a little bit more upper elevated or elevated in the atmosphere, even further than the radar scan, because now that it's getting closer to the radar scan, we're not necessarily seeing that couplet form anymore. It just gives us a better indication that what we were seeing there was very much aloft. I'm going to bring in velocity here, and you're not going to see that that defined red and green anymore. Even if I flip over and get, well, I'm not going to be able to get.
Here, I got it.
Here, I can switch it. I'll get it. EVX wasn't
There you
highlighted. Yeah. It's not as defined as it was. You can see the difference there. If I even put on a better legend, too. We're not seeing that tight couplet that we were.
Right.
You know, I mean, it's still there, but it's even gotten broader.
Yeah.
You know, and that just indicates there that what we were sampling there is the mesocyclone.
You just kind of did it. I was over here kind of like swapping just back and forth, kind of you know, playing with the radar sites, because when we move, we got it programmed in our system to pick the best radar angle.
The closest.
Kind of go back and forth between the two. It's crazy though. You see the couplet there, so the radar side out of Red Bay is picking up on that couplet, it's picking up the meso.
It can see the western side of the storm.
And then the other side, out of Tallahassee, it's picking up on the gusty winds. So both of them are kind of working together to give you that idea. Look at all the bright colors there, all those blues. That's telling you folks that
there's still very gusty winds.
Yeah, Mother Nature may have cut you a break and cut us a break, and not seeing those storms as slow in terms of the line, and our tornado potential for you may be cut down in terms of time period than it would have originally been. But what you're still seeing are those gusty winds, and those are those kind of sneaky little threats there, whereas you say, hey, we may have missed the tornado potential by a long shot and may have cut that time period down, but on the backside, you may look back on the system and say, hey, thank goodness we did that. That's a blessing, but also, you know, my trash can ended up down the street, or my
right.
you know, my shingles kind of got a little
roughed up or something like that, or a branch
down.
fell out of the tree.
Yeah. Those winds are no joke, man. And then
Look at this this little feature here. That's just almost into Carabel, eastern St. George Island. Now we're sampling winds that are a little bit up and elevated here, but we've been seeing solid, 40 to 50 mile an hour, even reported surface winds.
Right.
And so, we're probably 10,000, 8,000 feet maybe up in the atmosphere here, down around eastern portions of St. George Island, and we're still sampling, some pretty strong winds.
Yeah, we sure are. And lightning is another component.
Yeah, that's frequent.
Still there.
Yeah.
And lightning's something that sometimes the most basic of components can tell you more of the story than you might expect. And weather is one of those things where you really have to use all of your components, all of your knowledge, both the book knowledge that we're taught in school through the four years we're there, and the experience, because you see the lightning, and anybody can see lightning in a thunderstorm, but to us that tells us, okay, not only there's a danger, there's a threat, something we got to warn the folks about. Number two, but hey, this storm system is, number one, at least at a decent strength. Number three, hey, this may be strengthening. See, lightning storms at least at a baseline, it's at least somewhat strong, because the frequent lightning's there. Number three, how much lightning are we seeing? If it's getting more so the lightning, then hey, that just tells us that we may be seeing the strengthening there. Then we go into the other components. Kind of like, goes back to the simplicity. I'm sure they told you this back when you were in school as well. I had a professor back in Mississippi State, Dr. Frazo, also he was a Florida State grad, big hurricane guy, but the first thing he told us in Weather 101, he said, hey, a lot of folks do a lot of complex forecasting, But the thing they forget to do is look outside.
Yeah,
out the window.
take the weather out.
Yeah, that's the best way to see if your forecast is verified. Take a look out the door.
That's right.
But yeah, take a look at that velocity down there.
Pop up reflectivity real quick
All
on
right.
yours. I'm gonna have to refresh over here on mine.
Okay. All right.
But pop up reflectivity over there on yours, because
All right.
that's definitely going to be a pretty solid Boeing segment right there.
Yeah, let's see here. Something else, Ryan, that we can also do. So we as meteorologists here, when we show you the reflectivity on a daily basis, we like to clean it up for you. I don't want to give you a bunch of jumbled nonsense and all the particles on there, but here is something that we take a look at as meteorologists sometimes, Ryan. This is I actually lowered mine earlier to kind of give me a better idea. This is what it looks like on a normal basis here. So this is what we call smoothing of the radar beam. As you're looking at right there, notice how the reds, oranges, yellows, and greens kind of flow together there. It's an easy blob, easy, almost like you painted a little segment. But when that radar beam, like we talked about all day, it has to shoot to the storm, see it, reflect back to the radar, digest what it's seeing, and then spit it out to us. And here's what it looks like, folks. If we weren't here between us and the data that you get spit out, this is what you would see in a storm system. It would look something like this. And that's why we take a look at the storms here. Meteorologists, we take a look at it and say, okay, here's what it looks like coming out of the radar. This is what the people need to see back home. We simplify it down to this.
Yeah.
Because it tells us in base form what the radar's seeing. The folks at the National Weather Service that you were talking about earlier that sit behind the desk and look at all the complex data, those folks' expertise, those folks are the wizards behind the numbers, the data. They crunch numbers, they crunch the data, and that's what they live to do. And so those folks, it's kind of a tree of a meteorology tree. We all are here for a special purpose, and during events like this, Storm Prediction Center sees it way out, tells us, we alert the folks days out, days in advance, a week or so, hey, may have severe weather coming this day. They do their job, they issue the outlook, say, hey, on a broad level, severity in this particular region. National Weather Service folks get that data, they break it down quickly, send it out to us, and they keep crunching those numbers, and we break it down for you in ways that you can understand, human to human, man to woman, man to man, whatever, and tell you, hey, this is what they saw, this is what we see, what you need to know is this. Like,
Yeah.
they see this complex information, they send us a whole wave of complex information, we digest it and say, hey, this, and this, but what you need to know, you go to shelter here and do it quickly.
Yeah. It's very much our job as well to protect human life and safety and give you the information to be prepared for a thunderstorm and a complex or something such as this. We're watching a line of showers and thunderstorms just about out of our area. It's getting real close to moving off the Franklin County coastline, just about out of Liberty County. If you're watching with us and wondering what is going on for the rest of the Panhandle, absolutely nothing. Your Sunday is going to be looking pretty good here for the rest of the day. Now, that's not to say that we couldn't actually have a little bit more of a rain chance come in at the end of the afternoon, as the low itself, the parent low, still has to move its way on by. And there's some question also as to if we're going to be able to get some sunshine to maybe even re-energize the atmosphere. If you look along this cold front, and the squall line feature is extending out towards the east off the front. But as those westerly winds move through with the front, we've got a lot of dry air that's moving its way on in, and it's actually starting to carve a little pocket of some sunshine. Now, we'll see if that can actually allow this low pressure system to regenerate some showers, regenerate maybe a couple isolated thunderstorms later this afternoon. But I think primarily that threat's going to be located right around the low itself, and the low is going to be pivoting across Alabama and Georgia. Maybe it could spin a shower down into northern portions of Florida around I-10. You can see some of that trying to overcome some of that dry air and move down into the south, deeper into the south. But that's a very low-end chance. In fact, a lot of us are going to have just a breezy day out of the west now, with some sunshine coming your way as you get into the afternoon hours, followed up that small little rain chance as we get into the evening hours. So the thunderstorms are wrapping up. down around Franklin County. We're moving into that 11 a.m. time frame here, Central Time, 12 o'clock Eastern Time for our Franklin County friends. That is the culmination of this line of showers and thunderstorms for our area, the last folks to see it. And then as you get into your afternoon there, look at that partly cloudy skies. Panama City might only get to about 69 degrees, but I think we could even see a 70 or a 71 if we can get some sunshine to extend up towards I-10 this afternoon. That wouldn't be surprising to me. And then you see the clouds returning heading into the evening. That's as the low pivots its way on by and could bring another light showery chance to, say, I-10 or the Wiregrass of South Alabama. Let me put this into play mode for you, and you can watch this system as it continues to pivot and move further out towards the east. There's those little low-pressure system showers that could actually energize in this clean pocket of air that could actually get energized in some sunshine here this afternoon. But notice how it's more so a threat for Alabama and Georgia. It barely tries to clip some of our tri-state areas or I-10. As the low then moves out towards the east, heading into early next week, guess what? Our conditions look fantastic. We're not actually talking about a supermassive Arctic air moving in behind this cold front either. In fact, if you look at yeah, I know, right? Yeah, a lot of people have been wondering if we were going to get another blast of, winter to come. And I always say that, we can't count out March. March sometimes does have that for us. But what I'm going to do is bring up regional temperatures and show you the air mass that's behind this real fast. As this cold front, it's only packing changes in the 50s there for Jackson and Tulsa. The cold front itself is actually located pretty much with us right now. It's the leading edge of that cooler and drier air is basically right here. You can see the 10-degree temperature change from Jackson to New Orleans. But it's not much. That's not much. We're not talking about the Arctic air spilling in behind this system. This storm system itself came out of the southern Pacific, the southwestern portions of the U.S., crossed over the Rockies and then the plains and moved its way this direction. It didn't come out of the Pac Northwest, didn't come dragging some Arctic air out of Canada down into the south. It barely is grabbing some of that and trying to move its way in there. And that's what we call actually a little bit more of a continental air mass as opposed to an Arctic air mass. Exactly. A continental air mass can still have a little cool down, and that's why high temperatures today only get up to about 69 instead of those mid-70s that we were seeing earlier this week. So that there's the temperature change, indicative of a cold front, but it's not a drastic one because this is a continental air mass that's moving.
I got something for you.
Okay.
It goes off of what you were just looking at, Ryan. Take a look at this. This, my friend, is a textbook cyclone right there. Take a look at that.
Oh, yeah. A little bowling ball.
Yeah, absolutely fascinating. You can really picture or point out, as a non-meteorologist at home, you could probably point out right where that frontal part of the system pushing on through without even just looking. You can tell by the difference in color.
Yeah, so this is water vapor imagery, and what we use this for is to find low pressure systems in the atmosphere, and where is our atmosphere very saturated, where is it very dry, because of course moisture is one of those key components that we need to generate thunderstorms. Out ahead of low pressure systems is where we generate a lot of lift in the atmosphere, and you can literally see that pulling the moisture off the Gulf in a dry atmosphere and moistening it. And that is also being created. That lift is also getting help in the atmosphere from the low itself. Again, the low is the counterclockwise curvature to the water vapor that you see passing Mississippi and into Alabama up in the atmosphere. So we're 20,000 feet up in the atmosphere where we're tracking this. And it just gives us an indication. We know if we have a low pressure system, we're going to garner some lift out ahead of it.
Yeah.
We've got a bountiful amount of moisture that we can even overcome dry air because of the lift that it's creating. The curvature of those winds is also going to give us our element of shear. These are all atmospheric elements that we look at. It's all part of that puzzle.
It looks, it's at base level, it's kind of like this, Ryan. So I'll do the two different ones for you. So you have I'll draw it on both sides. So split them down the middle here. You have the high set up on the left side and a low on the right side. What you're looking at in the atmosphere is more so like this. So your air column, just like this, on both sides. And what you're doing here, you're doing different things with the air. Now, Mother Nature's always trying to balance things out.
You're in 3D, right? You're not like drawing this on the surface. We're drawing this like 3D, like
Correct.
Yes.
Yes, at 3D levels. So once again, this is something that we simplify for the people back home when we're on television for their 3-minute, 2-minute newscast, because what they just need to know, hey, this is a high, there's a low there. But what this tells us is a lot deeper than you might expect. So with high pressure and low pressure, on one side, you're trying to fill the atmosphere back in with that air. It's sinking motion of the high fills it back in. You're having the suppressing of the atmosphere. And low pressure, you're forcing some of that air to rise where it cools and condenses. So the direction, sometimes it's more complex than this, but in simple terms, you got that air being forced to rise when you're bringing that low. High pressure pushing down on the atmosphere. That's suppressing everything. And remember, one of the first things we touched on when we first started the stream today, Ryan touched on the elements needed to develop those thunderstorms further, and the first of which, shear and then lift. The atmosphere. On the right side of your screen, that's why low pressure sometimes, we look at the lows and we say, hey, this low's here, this is going to create some turbulence for these folks, but a high pressure over here, this is keeping things nice and calm. And in simple meteorology 101, looking at one side of the coin where you're suppressing the atmosphere and the other side where you're forcing that air to rise, it all goes back to what Mother Nature is trying to do, trying to fill in the void. If you have high pressure in one spot, Mother Nature is going to sense that, and then it's going to start to move that air down and fill in the spots that are vacated.
Correct.
And that's what we're doing here.
Yeah, we can't create vacuums in the atmosphere. The atmosphere is trying to balance itself.
Exactly, and same with wind. Like Mother Nature is trying to move components along and balance out that atmosphere. And if we go back right here to your velocity, start to see Mother Nature doing that, moving things along, and that's why you get that energy across the board. There's a high pressure system, inadvertent drawing there, but as we spread it out a little bit wider, Ryan, you start to get the sense of where both of those are. And you zoom it out a little bit, you can kind of see that with the gusting of the winds here. On the back side, you start to get that clearing.
Yep.
All the energy is moving
Sinking motion in the atmosphere behind this line of showers and thunderstorms. Rising motion happening out ahead of it.
Yeah. But I'll go back to this really quickly because something else that I just think this is a fascinating image here.
Yeah.
And I think it's worth noting, as Ryan showed you that cold front just in time, and I'm glad I thought of it because just when you drew that, I thought this is another drawing I'm piggyback off of here. Oftentimes here in the United States, what you get here is, and you see it on your surface map, you see it on your simplified graphic as a front and a low. You can really pick it out here. Next time you see that low pressure system in a front, picture it just like this is what it looks like on the actual imagery.
Yeah.
You got the low there, and you got the front here. And oftentimes you have a top part of the system, and these areas in this portion between the two fronts is sometimes what we call a warm sector. If the top front is warmer, it comes through and sets up that warmer air behind it, and you have the cold front on the backside, that warmer air sits about, and what that does when we say, the atmosphere is going to be primed for that cold front, all that warmer air, what we mean is that top front in the system comes through, loads up the warm air, then on the backside of the system, that cold front comes through, and there's the lift.
Yep.
And basically primes the atmosphere. This is a prime setup right here for severe thunderstorms to form. You have all those components.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about, how there's lift in front of a low.
Yeah.
It's because the warm, moist air is out ahead of that low pressure system, and the cold, dry air is coming in from the backside and pushing that warm, moist air up. So that's why we get that lift to occur out ahead of the low pressure system. That's why we use water vapor imagery, so we can spot these lows, so we can spot the moisture in the atmosphere, and we can spot just how dry is that air mass behind it. That's going to give us a better chance to create some rising motion as well. Let's get last look over here towards reflectivity. We are getting close to wrapping this event up. St. George Island's getting pummeled right now with heavy rain. The severe part of this system is just basically lined up right along the island. And once that kind of moves its way on off the island, that will be it for Northwest Florida's severe risk here today. I mean, that's the only spot that's actually seeing the potential for gusty winds right now. The rest of the Panhandle, you're done. It's the severe risk is over. The rain might still be going on in Weewahitchka, but it's already drying up in Panama City, and it's going to be dry for the rest of the day for you. But as we look down across Gulf and Franklin counties, that's where we're still dealing with some rain, but it's benign showers for Port St. Joe and Weewah now. It's still the heavy, gusty thunderstorms down across St. George Island and Franklin County. They're getting the last little bit of this. I'm not seeing any rotation on there. This looks like...
Not quite, but like you mentioned, our setup's almost done. Not quite zero, but it's winding down. But these cells off the coast, of course, are still... that's why we're still on here, because you still see kind of some... embedded gusts down there, and those over the next few minutes, what we're going to do is probably sit, watch, and make sure those, as they move finally up past areas like Apalachicola, we'll make sure they don't pick up any rotation, because those...
Put this in a loop, too, because you can almost see that the line raced out so much, so to the fact that we're almost getting almost a linear feature here and some training to occur. This could actually lead towards some very heavy rains over St. George Island. See how everything's kind of moving almost like that. We're not getting a whole lot of shifting east over that last hour. This is the last hour, and we're getting the line of showers and thunderstorms almost moving southwest or the bottom left side of your screen to the top right side of your screen there.
Right. I'm watching just south there. It's that same area, Port St. Joe, Apalachicola. It's just the last gasp I think our folks will have of seeing some either embedded rotation or severe variety. It still is barely holding on there.
Yeah, so this is velocity. Yeah, looking pretty benign. Back to velocity again.
Let's see here. There's the side out towards the west. Let's see here what this one's done. Where's the... You see those down just to the south there. It's kind of that area right here is just kind of what our last gasp would be.
Yeah, and I almost feel like, that little red cluster that you see right there, that's winds that are going away, and you've got the radar right there on the EVX, the red bay. So there you see the sweep coming from the top of your screen there. That to me almost indicates that it could try to push that bottom line to the east and southeast a little more.
Yeah, that certainly could, and gusting the whole thing out is not out of the question, certainly after what we saw with the whole line speeding up like we saw earlier, way ahead of schedule.
Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah,
well, we're going to watch this for just a little bit longer, but St. George Island is the last ones who are dealing with this line of showers and thunderstorms here this morning. The rest of the Panhandle is looking pretty good, except for just still some moderate showers across Gulf, Calhoun, southeastern portions of Bay County with light showers over Mexico Beach right now. It's just this last little gasp down across St. George Island and Franklin County. We'll monitor it here for the next little bit, but this might be about the end of coverage for us.
Yeah.
I'm not seeing anything that's really warranting even the severe thunderstorm warning to continue. How long does that severe thunderstorm warning go out till? 11:30? Yeah, they've got it for...
Yeah.
We've got it for another 20 minutes. That's 12:30 Eastern.
Let's see here. Yeah. Yep. Let's see what it's got for us. Yeah, they got a severe thunderstorm.
Jordan, you want to sit in the chair? You want to drive the ship for a little bit? Meteorologist Jordan Smith's going to jump in the chair. It'll be a good chance for you to drive it a little bit. Your fader bar, if you want to load something in, click on it, it'll load there, and date it over, cut it over. If you scroll down, you'll find your boxes. Scroll down. That's your max 1, that's your max 2. However one or matter 2. There's your own double boxes with your max. There's you, and we load that up and fade it over.
All right, so let's get a little scan of the radar here. Make sure everyone's up to date on what's going on. If you're watching us here in the Panama City Beach, Panama City, you are good. But it's our far eastern counties that we are continuing to watch, specifically Apalachicola. Man, if you are down into Apalachicola, it is probably very loud. There's a ton of thunder and lightning, torrential rains, likely still some gusty winds there up to portions of Carabel Island, even portions of Weewall seeing some light to occasionally moderate rain, extending as far north as Bluntstown down to Mexico Beach as well. Severe thunderstorm warning for Apalachicola does continue through 12:30 Eastern, so that is 11:30 Central. So, as Ryan mentioned just a moment ago, before he stepped away, we got 18 minutes on this severe thunderstorm warning before we can finally start to clear this on out of the area, and then we'll be able to end the coverage and everyone go about their Sunday very, very quickly, and probably another 10 minutes or so, and then it'll be out of the area. But I would suspect probably some street and kind of really seeing some water standing on some of the streets and local roadways down near Apalachicola, Port St. Joe, because this portion of the area, just kind of seeing this line of thunderstorms train. Most of the Panhandle, it was in and out in about 10-15 minutes, but this is getting some of those return off the Gulf, and this storm is kind of moving over the exact same areas kind of over the last 30 minutes or so. So let's actually check some of the rainfall totals coming down into portions of Apalachicola, Port St. Joe, and see exactly how much rain we have picked up over the last little bit. As soon as I find that, I know it's here somewhere. Let's see. All right. Well, at least rainfall rates of about 2.5 inches an hour there on top of Apalachicola. So again, it's not been raining quite an hour at that rate there in Apalachicola, but it's getting pretty close. As again, it's just kind of setting up a little bit of a train track over the Apalachicola area of this rain. Let's check velocity, just to make sure nothing's decided to pop up here.
Continued our warning for Franklin down there.
All right.
Tornado possible.
All right. There we go. Trey, why don't you talk there
All right.
about what you're seeing there?
All right. Yeah, our warning there down to the south, kind of flashing on your screen, is a severe thunderstorm warning that was just issued. I'll move the, I'll zoom in a little bit here. But this was just issued because, okay, and you notice the difference in colors here. That's because it's right between the two radar sites, and our system's moving it over this way. So we're actually shooting through the backside of the storm, or the cell, with the western radar here. Let me go to velocity, or the reflectivity here. Now, as that was just extended a little bit, you know, it's flashing as they just re-upped on it. And what they're looking at here, the reason they re-upped on that severe thunderstorm warning, is that little couplet just right here. I'll circle it for you. Just right here. That area moving up towards the north and east. And as we put it in motion here, notice it kind of picks up just a tad bit. And they did put a tornado possible tag on this cell. And the reason for that is that little couplet right there. So if we add in a different product here, and I'll kind of break it down for you. We'll just break it down together and figure out what's going on here. Go back to your radar image. That will add in your storm relative velocity here. Let's see what it's showing. And it's showing a little bit of a difference in that couplet, but it's, as we kind of move this over towards the east, northeast, it's not as aggressive as it was, but still moving up toward land. And honestly, if you look at the spots behind it, kind of a mixed bag. But you also have to picture here, Jordan, this is something that we think of occasionally as meteorologists. If you take into account, if you show the reflectivity here, and I move the watch warning off out of the way, something to account when you're looking at a situation such as this is where the radar is itself. The Tallahassee radar, you see the radar beam there. It's really coming out of the north and east of our location. Here, let me get this off the screen. There we go. So as we see the beam and the radar coming out of Tallahassee, what we're shooting down at here is in this general direction, right here. Shooting down towards this general direction into these storms. And it's shooting through a lot of shower, thunderstorm, a lot of wind, rain, whereas the radar out towards the west, shooting in from this direction, maybe a tad bit further away. But when the beam shoots through showers and thunderstorms, what we call attenuation, and it has a harder time getting that beam back to the actual radar because it fights through, some of that beam is lost in the storm, and some reflects back. That's what tells us there's showers and thunderstorms there. But to get to the part we're looking at, which is down here, we have to shoot through all of this nonsense here to see it. Point being, as we take a look at that particular spot, okay. So we take a look at that particular spot. That is why we're showing both sides of the radar, and that's all I was trying to explain there. Was that we're taking a look at both sides, the western beam and the eastern beam, for that particular purpose, and kind of putting them together to see what's going on, because they're showing a little bit different things. And one is shooting through a lot of rainfall and thunderstorms and kind of affecting what it's seeing down there. But here is velocity from the Tallahassee site, Jordan, and this is what we were talking about a moment ago. Right here. And so we add in that watching warning right there. It just gave us a little update. We'll see. We're just in a waiting game, man. We're just waiting to see what happens with this severe thunderstorm warning.
Yep, that's exactly right. And let's kind of look at futurecasts here, and let's track this entire thing out of town, shall we? We can finally sound some of the all clear here. Look at this is those are graphs. This is our in-house data, and it is lining up pretty well with how the radar's currently thinking. And so if we take this here 45 minutes from now, this is at 12 o'clock Central Time, be 1 o'clock Eastern for you folks down there. This is pushing it out of the Apalachicola area and pushing it more so Tallahassee. So 40 more minutes probably max, and you folks down there into Apalachicola, Port St. Joe, you'll be even seeing the rain that'll be moving out. But then if we go deeper off into the day with this initial line, look, Ryan mentioned earlier that we may see some of those additional showers, maybe a few sprinkles later this evening when the actual front moves through. That's a possibility, but at this time, the rest of your Sunday is going to end up being pretty dry and probably seeing some gusty winds as well. We still could see gusts approaching 20, 25 miles an hour throughout the Sunday afternoon and into the evening. So that's a possibility that we'll be seeing. But again, hopefully within the next 30 minutes max, this will even be out of the Apalachicola area, and we'll start to see some clear skies going from west to east as the gig goes on. So we'll continue to watch this unfold the next couple little bit here.
Yeah, National Weather Service said that severe thunderstorm tag on Franklin County right now, they're not seeing anything elevate anymore to extend a risk further towards the east, so they're going to allow that probably to just run its course. And as long as nothing else happens in the next 10 minutes, we're probably going to be clear of all the severe thunderstorms.
All right, so the Chief Meteorologist Ron Michaels, he said off mic, if you couldn't understand him, he said that they're probably going to allow that severe thunderstorm warning to expire within the next 10 minutes, as they're not really seeing quite the intensity of that line as what it once was. So that's certainly good news. Not saying that it can't pulse up closer to, say, Tallahassee, but at that point, it'll be Tallahassee's market's problem. It'll be out of our WJHC viewing area. So, again, we'll stay here for just a few more minutes until we can get this line out, just to make sure nothing sneaky pops up here, kind of at the very last second on this line of thunderstorms. And yeah, I mean, you can, let me switch over to Tallahassee's radar. And Trey, just look at the line. It's becoming more linear, is exactly what he said. It's just becoming kind of more drawn out, more just like of a really heavy rain and lots of lightning. The strongest portion of the line by far is off the coast.
Yeah, absolutely, it is off the coast, and that's the strongest portion of the line. But it kind of outran itself, man. In all honesty, it kind of sped up earlier when we were looking at that line and looked at the overall arrival in areas like Apalachicola, Port St. Joe at about 11 o'clock to 12 o'clock. By 10 o'clock, it was busting in there, and it kind of outran some of that instability that was starting to build up and just ran over itself. And that's why it's kind of starting to line up more linear, because it ran out of real estate and it kind of did it to itself.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right, which is good news, is what we wanted.
Yeah.
We got by, thankfully, with only one tornado warning on the day in our area. A couple more up into southern Alabama, but hey, I don't think anybody's going to be complaining. We got some beneficial rains, that's for sure. I mean, we know the drought monitor updated this past Thursday, and it has a severe to extreme drought across the entire panhandle. So this rain's definitely going to help. I say many areas probably end up picking up around an inch or so by the time all is said and done, which, again, goes a long way when you're talking about some dry conditions. So only bit of damage that we heard was that one tree down on Tyndall Parkway. So hopefully it stays that way. Hopefully no reports trickle in after the matter. So hey, we're looking pretty good here.
Yeah, especially since folks through the afternoon and evening yesterday, even into the overnight hours, are seeing damage from the same line producing some showers and thunderstorms, as well as tornadoes, ripping roofs off, causing damage, power poles down. So we kind of, as of now, I mean, knock on wood, we're still watching the bottom half of this thing, but as of now, we're looking to come off pretty clean from this.
Yeah, I mean, portions of southern Mississippi down into Louisiana, I think I've seen they're probably surveying 6 or 7 different areas of potential tornadic damage in that area. So, I mean, all things considered, we got off pretty nice here. Again, some beneficial rains. We're seeing this. Again, severe thunderstorm warning now, 6 more minutes, and they are going to allow it to expire. And the majority of this line will then be pushing out into the Big Bend area, out into the Gulf. So the strongest portion of this line, after it moves off the coast there of Apalachicola, it's going to be offshore. So it'll be a fish storm for most of it. Still some heavy rain and some little bit of thunder and lightning up near Tallahassee, but again, that's outside of our TV market. So we're just focusing on the Apalachicola region. Watching it. I don't foresee this strengthening up here over the next couple of minutes, but knock on wood. I think we're going to be pretty good. We will end the stream here in just a matter of minutes and get you back to your normal day here on Sunday. It's 11:24, so you're going to have the second half of your Sunday pretty good. we may see a little bit of sunshine by this
Maybe,
afternoon.
yeah, it's gonna try to
Definitely.
squeak in there.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
And again, still maybe a few more showers
Right.
later as the initial front moves through, but we're not anticipating any severe weather with that. So once this, again, line moves through, severe weather threat is over for the day, which
Way
is,
ahead of schedule.
yeah, ahead of schedule, which is fine with me because
Right.
meteorologist Emmett Rice is off tonight. I am coming back and doing the evening
Oh,
shift,
goodness.
so I'm going to go home and take me a little power nap here as soon as we get done before I come
Fired
back
up.
and
Fired up
do-
for tonight.
Yeah, we'll be back on air at 10 or shortly after the NBA All-Star game is on NBC. We do not have a 5 o'clock tonight because of the Olympics, but we will see you guys tonight at 10 on television or shortly after, again, after Olympics is the NBA All-Star game on NBC. So, all right, let's just give it 60 more seconds or so. Get this line on out. Again, I would hate to jump off and then something
That'd be
end up
unfortunate.
happening. I don't foresee that, but so let's just let me take you back to Radar Full here, get you up to date on radar one last time. So we have some light to occasionally moderate rain here. Just south of Highway 286, down towards Highway 1271. Bluntstown, it's pushing off towards the east of you. Weewall, very light showers. Highway 65 here, portion of Liberty County, that's some pretty decent rain. Again, still the worst of the rain is Apalachicola, but man, look at this lightning just off the coast.
Ooh.
If you're in a condo there along Apalachicola, Port St.
Goodness.
Joe, you're probably looking out into the Gulf and seeing quite the light show right now with this lightning that is really ticking up. Carabel Island, the worst of the storm, has moved off to your east. So we were watching you. Alligator Point down here as well. You're good. So again, it's really just southern portions just south of Apalachicola over the next couple of minutes. Let me check the National Weather Service chat here
Let's see.
just to make sure they've not said anything.
Yeah. Only thing, just wait a minute or two until that part with all that lightning. Yeah. See what happens with that. If they say anything about it or not. It's about our last hope.
And we are fine with that.
Yeah. No kidding. Yeah. That's not gonna hurt our feelings there.
No, not at all. All right. Well, we appreciate you guys spending your Sunday morning with us. We are going on, let's see, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 5 hours here that we've been on the stream, keeping you up to date and safe as this line of storms moves across the panhandle. Again, it's pushing out of the area, so we appreciate everyone who has tuned in, who has watched, for sharing all your reports that you've commented on our Facebook stream. Our Facebook stream has been very active today. I've kind of been dealing with that, getting in your reports, responding back to all the comments on there. So, again, we greatly appreciate you guys tuning in and trusting us with your forecasts. And we got about 60 seconds. Any last final thoughts, Trey?
I think we're lucky here to have gotten what we got today. It's really didn't really come to fruition in terms of the time period that we're looking for and for the whole system to come through. But that's, like we said, we're not upset about it. We're glad we get these in, get them out. A lot of folks saw a lot of disruption to their day-to-day plans yesterday. A lot of dangerous weather, tornadoes that were most likely going to be confirmed through surveys over the next few days out towards our west. We're talking Louisiana, Mississippi, and then a few into Alabama overnight. Calmed down for a bit, and we got the good end of the stick here, if you will, because we saw things calm down overnight, just early enough into the morning into our system where we're just missing the area that a lot of folks in the Big Bend may see this strengthen some into the afternoon. But I think our period is just about as perfect as you could nail it. If you're going to take this line of thunderstorms like right through the central heart of your area, I think we timed it about perfectly. This is going to be the weakest part of the system today.
Yeah, for sure. And little spoiler alert for the next several days. This coming week is going to be beautiful. So once we get this rain and storms out, we're not going to have to worry about any other rain or storms for at least 5 or 6 more days,
Thank
maybe next
goodness not
weekend a
cold.
little bit.
Oh.
Yeah, not cold either. Afternoon highs into the low 70s. Not to give too much away the forecast there, so I want you to tune in tonight. But it is 11:30, and right as I say that, the severe thunderstorm
Gone.
warning is gone.
Gone.
So for Chief Meteorologist Ryan Michaels, he's Trey Tonneson. I'm Meteorologist Jordan Smith. Thank you guys so much for joining us. Have a great rest of your day, and we'll see you tonight on WJHD.